All right, good afternoon and welcome to the Secretary of State's office public comment hearing on our proposed amendments to Chapter 2 of our election procedures to provide a uniform process whereby persons registering to vote in Wyoming may present proof of identification for purposes of proving identity and residency. Specifically, the proposed rules amend Chapter 2, Section 5 to provide further clarity and uniformity for proof of identification for purposes of a voter's identity, and Chapter 2, Section 6 to provide further clarity and uniformity for proof of identification for purposes of proving a voter's residency. Finally, the rules amend Chapter 2, Section 7 to provide uniformity and clarity concerning providing evidence of citizenship when registering to vote in Wyoming. This public comment hearing has been publicly noticed via publication in the Casper Star Tribune and via media release. Before we get started, I wanted to introduce everyone from our office present today. We have directly to my right, Jesse Naiman, Deputy Secretary of State, then CJ Young to his right, Director of our Elections Division, then directly to my left, Joe Rubino, Chief Policy Officer and General Counsel, and then further to the left here at the end of the table is Micah Faffey, the Director of our Technology Division, who is also helping us facilitate Zoom registrants. After a few remarks about the principal reasons and background of the rule, clearing up some inaccurate statements made by the media on this rule, we will open the floor for public comment from those that have joined us in the room, then those who have registered online. Strengthening our residency requirements has been a key priority of our administration. The proposed revisions are key to fulfilling our obligation of ensuring voters in Wyoming are bona fide residents of Wyoming and are crucial to adding clarity to Wyoming's voter registration procedures as they relate to proof of residency. Moreover, these rule changes ensure that illegal immigrants will not be able to register to vote. Ensuring that those who register to vote in Wyoming must provide proof of residency is pivotal to election integrity and voter security for our great state. Only Wyoming residents should vote in Wyoming elections. And one of the key questions that I hope to hear from you about today is whether that is just going to be a slogan that isn't followed through upon, or whether it will be followed through upon with real teeth, which is what this rule does. Because without proof of residency at registration, it is very difficult to ensure that only Wyoming residents are voting in Wyoming elections. We'll talk about how the county clerks in their testimony before the Corporations Committee have also affirmed that point and how that was pivotal in the provenance for these rules. I'm thankful for the input provided by Wyoming's county clerks on this rule and the repeated public comments about the need for administrative rulemaking to provide such clarity. The rules are very simple and really do two things. First, they provide for proof of residency requirement for registration. Second, they clarify that non-resident designations on IDs, which are the designations placed in IDs in jurisdictions that provide IDs to illegal immigrants, this rule clarifies that those IDs are not acceptable to register to vote. I also want to clear up some miscommunications about the proposed rules. The media has published a number of articles with misleading statements that have caused confusion about what these rules do and then refused to print key portions of my statements to them, responding to their false claims. It has been deeply troubling to see the misleading information put out there and the constantly shifting statements they've made. So a little bit on the background of this. Back in May of 2023, I testified to the Joint Corporations Committee of the Wyoming Legislature, asking the committee to draft a durational residency requirement for voting in Wyoming state law. The very media outlets who are now claiming that it was not our office who asked for the statutory change, or that somehow the two are in conflict, somehow do not cite the headlines they wrote after we asked for the statutory change in May. In an article dated May 31st, 2023 by Maggie Mullen and Wildfile, she used the headline, quote, "Secretary of State Gray pitches voter eligibility restrictions," unquote. But on December 19, 2023, the headline suddenly became, quote, "Gray pursues voter residency restrictions beyond what lawmakers seek," unquote. And this has continued a pattern across media articles seeking to give the impression that somehow this proposed rulemaking requiring proof of residency when registering to vote is in conflict with or circumventing the durational residency requirement statute that we asked the Joint Corporations Committee of the Wyoming Legislature to draft. This is not the case. The durational residency requirement, which has been forwarded by the Joint Corporations Committee, and this proposed rulemaking are wholly distinct from one another and address the overall issue of residency and durational residency from two different angles of attack. More specifically, our office's proposed rulemaking concerns providing proof of Wyoming residency upon registration, regardless of any durational attestation, which is what is in statute. In fact, this rulemaking was spurred in part by concerns brought by the county clerks in numerous discussions before the Joint Corporations Committee. In August, when the formal bill draft for the durational residency requirement was first taken up, the county clerks pointed out something that I set out to address in these rules. It was in both their public testimony and their public written memo dated August 22nd, presented to the committee. In the public testimony, the Clerks Association President Malcolm Irvin said, quote, "I do want to highlight on page 2 that we say, quote, we believe that these are two distinct matters to be considered, but admit that without addressing the broader issue of residency, a durational standard will have the same enforcement effect as the current residency standard. That really is in there not to convolute the issue or to make it murky, but to let you know the issue that exists currently with residency will exist even with a durational requirement," unquote. That is from the public testimony from the Douglas August meeting. What they are referring to is that without proof of residency to address the issue, there is still a huge hole in our state's approach to residency despite the passage of a durational residency requirement. In fact, the memo also says on page 2 that they will provide, quote, information about what other states require as proof that a potential voter has fulfilled their durational residency requirement, unquote. In fact, the memo then provides examples of 3 states that require proof of residency at the time of registration and how they do it, focusing on the 6 states that have exemptions to the National Voter Registration Act, which Wyoming has. Of the 5 other states that have exemptions to the National Voter Registration Act, 3 have durational residency requirements. That's Idaho, Minnesota, and Wisconsin. All 3 provide for proof of residency for voter registration. And the memo outlines that all 3 require the address on the identification to match the location where the individual is trying to register, which is exactly what the current proposed rule does. The August 22nd County Clerk's memo also says on page 4, in response to the question, when they are grappling with how to have a proof of residency requirement, they pose the following question, quote, when would an applicant provide proof of residency, unquote? To that question, they answer in the memo, quote, CCAW's position is that proof of residency should be required at the time of registration. The registration process is the point at which an applicant's qualifications to become a qualified elector are vetted, unquote. The August County Clerk's memo further establishes that the procedure for requiring residency at the time of registration should be in rule. On page 2, the County Clerk state, quote, we believe that the documentation required to prove residency can and should continue to be established through administrative rule, unquote. That was further stated in their public testimony before the committee in Douglas in their August 24 a.m. testimony at the 1 hour, 15 minute, 34-second point, where they state that, quote, the residency requirement should be in rule, ... I try to give timestamps because the media otherwise they don't report it. They say they can't find it. So anyway, it's kind of interesting, but it was also stated on the floor of the Wyoming State Legislature that the registration process has always been in rule. Representative Barry Crago, who I don't always agree with, but he said in the PM session on February 2nd, 2023, at the 3 hour, 19 minute, 4-second point, quote, when you go to register, there are different requirements. In that part of the statute, the good elected official downstairs, they can't name names on the floor, so they refer to me that way. They might not, some may not agree with that. Anyway, he says, quote, when you go to register, there are different requirements. In that part of the statute, the good elected official downstairs gets to set rules in what is required to be shown that particular day, unquote. So the legislature, even on the floor, confirmed that the registration process is in rule in line with the county clerk's memo. After digesting the county clerk's memo and listening to their testimony in Douglas, I immediately decided that the clerks were right and that we needed to work on providing proof of residency through the rulemaking process. And I know the county clerks had also had discussions with the previous Secretary's administration, Secretary Buchanan, concerning providing proof of residency. So I immediately got to working on it. The clerks and I were at Arby's at lunch in Douglas, and I see some people in the crowd that were at that lunch too, during the break at that August 24th meeting when they testified. And I approached Clerk Irvin and said, we need to start working on this. And we agreed to get moving to addressing the issue of providing proof of residency for registration. That set off a wave of meetings with the county clerks about this. The first was September 15th, which included a draft circulated by our office for comment. The second meeting was at the county clerks breakout at the Association of County Commissioners meeting on September 28th, 2023. The third meeting was on October 20th, 2023. And the fourth meeting was on November 16th, 2023. In between most of those meetings, there were extensive email exchanges between the County Clerks Association about the proposed rules and their substance. So we had 4 meetings on this across 2 months, in addition to the email exchanges. We also notified the legislature of our intent to submit this rule at the Joint Corporations October 26 meeting. Starting at the 18-minute 44-second point in the AM October 26 session, I stated, quote, following the Joint Corporations Committee meeting in Douglas and in consultation with the Legislative Committee of the County Clerks Association, our office began work on amendments to Chapter 2 of the Secretary of State's office's rules governing election procedures as they relate to providing proof of identification for voter registration. The proposed amendments will require not only proof of identity to register to vote, but also proof of residency to register to vote. This will help aid election administrators by providing clarity in determining when someone is a bona fide resident of Wyoming when they register to vote, in accordance with Wyoming Statute 22-2-121. These rules are nearing completion, and I anticipate we will go out for public comment in November, unquote. In terms of the substance of the rules, I want to clear up some further misconceptions that have been created by the media. Our proposed rule is aligned with how other states require proof of residency at the time of registration, which is that the address on the identification used needs to match the location where the individual is attempting to register, which was laid out as an option for providing proof of residency in the county clerk's memo dated August 22nd, 2023. And that approach makes a great deal of sense. WYDOT currently requires proof of residence to be established for receiving a Wyoming license, and Wyoming Statute 31-7-115A Romanet 3C requires the following to be listed on the license. Quote, the driver's license shall include, but not be limited to, the following information. C, the full legal name, any identifying numbers or letters deemed appropriate, date of birth, principal residence address. Principal residence address. Hope the media got that. Principal residence address, 31-7-115A Romanet 3C. Height, weight, and sex of the licensee, ... unquote. However, currently WYDOT is not in compliance with this section because their system apparently does not allow them to list both a mailing address and a residence address. That is the cause of the P.O. Box issues. They have assured me that once they have their new RIS system in place, which will happen in the next 2 years, that they will be in compliance with statute. The media has further created confusion on this point. Ms. Mullen's article of December 19, 2023, falsely states that, quote, a valid Wyoming driver's license would be, quote unquote, insufficient according to the rule. First, valid Wyoming driver's licenses with the principal residence address would be valid under the rule, and also 31-7-115 requires principal residence address to be placed on the ID. But, I want to be very clear on this, in light of the fact that WYDOT is not in compliance with state statute and listing principal residence address, we are looking at modifying the rule to require the identification just to provide for Wyoming residents, not residents at the exact location of registration, which is laid out in the county clerk's memo as another option for providing proof of residency at the time of registration. That would provide some advancement in ensuring only residents of the state of Wyoming can register to vote and provide a bridge to when WYDOT will be in compliance with statute in listing out current residence address on licenses in the next 2 years when they onload their RIS system. Ultimately, we will give careful consideration to all comments to ensure a rule is forwarded which strengthens election integrity in Wyoming and ensures only Wyoming residents are eligible to vote in Wyoming. In conclusion, I would like to highlight a number of key points that the media has not accurately reported. Quote, 1, the distinction between a durational residency requirement and proof of residency for purposes of voter registration. 2, the fact that the county clerks invited this rulemaking with clear statements in their August 22nd memo about the need to create a proof of residency requirement, the fact that other states that are comparable with Wyoming have one, and the fact that the registration process in relation to proof of residency should remain in rule. 3, we worked with the county clerks heavily on this language across 4 meetings and numerous email exchanges across 2 months. 4, we are working to fix the P.O. Box issue caused by WYDOT's lack of compliance with Wyoming statute requiring residential addresses to be placed on driver's licenses by potentially modifying the rule to focus on proof of Wyoming residence rather than proof of residence at a particular Wyoming address. With that, we will open public comment on the rule to provide for a proof of residency requirement for registration, and also a rule that clarifies that non-resident designations on IDs, which are the designations placed on IDs in jurisdictions that provide IDs to illegal immigrants. This rule clarifies that those IDs are not acceptable to register to vote. Please know that this is your time to provide your input as a member of the public. Our office is here to listen, and we want to avoid substantive back and forth. Of course, if there are any logistical questions or misunderstandings that the media has created in their inaccurate reporting about the rulemaking process, we're happy to interject. In addition, in order to ensure everyone is afforded an opportunity for comment, we have over 150 Zoom registrants. There will be a time limit of 4 minutes on public comments. I don't like doing that, but we have over 150 Zoom registrants. If everybody uses that time, we're going to be here till midnight, which we are all going to be here until we're done. But we're putting that time limit, and I don't like doing that, but we are doing that. 2, please state your full name for the record. 3, please speak as clearly as possible, and remember to turn on the microphone so your comment can be recorded. And 4, comments will be taken from those present in the room first, then online. For in-person comments, we will take these on a first-come, first-served basis. Please come on up to the microphone table at the front and make sure the red light is on. For Zoom registrants, please remember to remain muted until called upon. With that, we would like to invite the esteemed county clerks to comment through the association or individual members. So Clerk Irvin, thank you. Thanks for coming, and really appreciate working with you on this.
Secretary Gray, my name is Malcolm Irvin. I'm the Platte County Clerk, but I also have the privilege of representing the County Clerks Association. It really has been a privilege working with all of you on not just this, but other election-related issues. And as we work through 2024, the relationship between our offices and your office is of vital importance. And I know that you share that sentiment and you've taken it very seriously. I do want to highlight that our participation in the rulemaking process should not be construed as an endorsement of the rules as written. And we've laid that out in comments provided to you from the association. We all support the end goal, which is to ensure Wyoming citizens are the only people voting in Wyoming elections, but support for that common goal cannot be construed as support for the rules as they are currently written. I'm not going to rehash everything that we've talked about in our comments to you, just some highlights. I will say though, in our August testimony and our memorandum, we did also call for further legislative clarity. And so we highlighted that a few times in not just testimony, but also in our memo. What I really want to focus on today is 2 things. Number 1, the timing is problematic, and number 2, certain Wyomingites may be denied registration. I'm happy to hear there's a potential consideration to incorporate some of what we said in our memo, or our public comment, excuse me. We're left to answer what kind of impact this proposed rule would have if they were issued as written within the few months leading up to the primary election and only weeks before the May municipal elections. Primarily, we believe this short timeline would not allow us to provide adequate notice to the public of the additional requirement to register. As a result of record low turnout in the 2022 general election, nearly 29% of Wyoming residents, almost 86,000, were purged from voter registration rolls. Of course, in presidential years, we see more participation. In midterm cycles, we see less participation. Requiring these voters to produce additional documentation when re-registering at the polls in 2024 will create lengthy delays on Election Day. As such, we must state clearly, this requirement will increase the length of lines and wait times on Election Day. Additionally, the rules as written are likely to increase the number of provisional ballots. We can go into that further if you'd like about that effect. Perhaps the most problematic issue about the timing of implementation is exactly what you highlighted, that currently the Wyoming driver's license, most of them have just the mailing address and not the primary residence address, which we've highlighted. We think provides a number of issues, and that's not a knock on YDOT from our perspective. It's just we're letting you know the facts at hand because we need to provide counsel to you about what is happening on the ground on election day. And we see that as a potential issue, that those don't have the residence address. And really, like my grandma's a perfect example where it has her PO box on there. If she was going to register, she would present that driver's license, and we would have to tell her that's not sufficient proof of residence because it doesn't list her primary address. And like we said in our memo, and like you highlighted in your opening comments, if the rules were to say we're proving state residency, that's a different matter at hand rather than a specific place within the state. Still, the condition exists that certain individuals who live in Wyoming may be denied the right to register. Particularly persons who are indigent or in transitory living situation are among those most likely to be denied the opportunity to register and vote as a consequence of the rules as written. Indigent individuals would include homeless people who may have sufficient documentation to prove who they are, but insufficient to prove where they live because they don't have a fixed residence. And that's an issue we talked about at length in those 4 meetings and our email exchanges. Although these interactions may not occur frequently in Wyoming, the possibility does exist, and their lack of residence does not diminish their right to vote. Individuals in transitory living situations may not be able to provide their residence address as well. One county clerk shared the following, quote, "I have 2 daughters who would not be able to prove their residence address if this rule was in place. They both have Wyoming driver's licenses with my home address on it. Neither live with me now, but still live in Wyoming in homes that they don't own. They don't have utility bills or any document with their name and new physical address on it. In instances like these, the rules as written leave 2 options. The first, lie about the prospective voter's actual address, which we all share. We don't want that. That from the Clerks Association, from your perspective, we don't want that. And the second is to not vote. Because the 2 girls mentioned are good, honest people, they would simply not vote. It is our concern that those who do not have traditional housing may be at risk of being denied their right to vote. Although these residents may be a minority of potential registrants, even one qualified registrant who is denied their right to vote for a chosen candidate is unacceptable." In closing, we cannot be clear enough. We too agree that only Wyoming citizens should be participating in Wyoming elections. To date, we have had no indication that this has not been the case. But there are mechanisms in place to investigate specific concerns about specific voters not being entitled to vote. Election judges possess the ability to challenge those who they believe to be not to be residents of the precinct, and members of the public have the ability to file a complaint about a specific voter should they have a similar concern. We look forward to continuing this conversation and participating in the solution, but at this time, the rules as written will not deliver the desired outcome. The relationship between the county clerks and the Secretary of State's office is of vital importance, and to ensure Wyoming elections continue to run smoothly and with the highest level of confidence, we have to take that relationship very seriously, and we know you do. We appreciate all of the work you all have put into it and including us in the conversation, so thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Irvin. Thank you. And just want to clarify again, the PO box issue we're looking to solve on with the Wyoming residents. Are there any other county clerks that would like to testify?
There we go. Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Rubino, Mr. Naiman, and Mr. Young. Good to see you guys. I'm a little nervous. Thank you for this opportunity to give comment on the proposed amendments to the election procedures administrative rules. My name is Maureen Murphy, and I have the honor of serving as county clerk in Teton County. Thank you for your comments today about the PO box situation. My comments are mostly about that, as we discussed during the whole process. You have heard and read the County Clerks Association's feedback, and I want to reiterate that I am in full support of those remarks and will try not to repeat the points that Clerk Irvin has made, but to give you a little insight as to some of the challenges I can see happening in my county. First of all, I, like you, only want Wyoming voters to vote in Wyoming. And to take that one step further, I only want Teton County voters voting in Teton County. In my 3.5 years as the county clerk, I've had one resident contact my office questioning a voter's eligibility and said that he thought, said that he was voting in both Wyoming and Arizona. I investigated that claim and confirmed that he was not registered in Arizona, nor was there record of him voting in both places. My predecessor, Sherry Daigle, she had only one investigation in her 27 years as clerk, and it ended up as a felony case in Utah. One of the biggest concerns for Teton County is the majority of voters and residents have PO boxes on their licenses. There are a few neighborhoods that have mail service, and even the ones that do have residents that continue to utilize their PO boxes. Another is housing insecurity, where people have to move numerous times during their tenure living in Teton County due to losing leases, increasing rental rates, or homes being sold. I was one of those. I moved 5 times in my first 3 years. In 2022, Teton County saw a rather substantial decrease in voter participation, and we purged almost 6,000 voters from our rolls. The trend in our county is that we always have an upper 90% voter turnout for presidential years, so I'm anticipating that we will have a rather large uptick in voters needing to re-register. Many of these residents have been eligible voters for years and will need to provide proof of residence at the polls, resulting in long lines, frustrations aimed at the election judges who have stepped up to serve in this process. Without an interim study to discuss more of the factors and roadblocks to allowing eligible voters to do just that, these rules could lead to inefficient government procedure and an increase in resources needed to retain election judges. My question to you, to leave you with, is this. How would you educate and train election judges in the following real-world scenarios that have been brought to my attention in the last month? All of these will be fixed if it's a PO box, but I'm just going to read them anyway. A 71-year-old Vietnam veteran who served as our GOP party chair has lived in Teton County for decades. He sold his house 3 years ago and moved in with his partner. Her name is on the mortgage and all the bills. He doesn't have documentation that states where he lives, as his license lists his PO box, and he lives down the block from the vote center. If one of the election judges is his neighbor and sees him walking his dog every day, and he won't be able to vote. Another is a 28-year-old resident who has lived in Teton County for 4 years. She lives with 2 roommates, is not on her lease, and is not on any of the bills. She has a Wyoming license with a PO box listed on it. And lastly, my payroll clerk. She lives in Lincoln County. Her house is paid off, but her husband has a shop on the property for his business. All of the bills and her husband's name and all their vehicles are in the business name. She also has a Wyoming driver's license with PO box on it. Again, thank you for serving this wonderful state we live in and for this opportunity to give comment on the rules. Thanks.
And again, in light of WYDOT's non-compliance with 31-7-115, A, Romanet 3, capital C, we are looking at requiring proof of Wyoming residence and that in that revision in this rule. Thank you. Clerk Freese.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Secretary Gray and staff. Julie Freese, Fremont County Clerk. And I'm not going to go through what I sent to you, but I want to highlight a few of those things. So the first thing, when we talked about the WYDOT driver's license, and I appreciate that change, potential change in that, but if anybody has pulled that up, I found it kind of funny, but then later thought really it's not that funny. There's a place on there that says you have to have 2 pieces of proof for your residence. And then below it in bold letters, it says Amazon boxes do not work or are not accepted, something like that. And it seemed funny to me, but then it made me think, you know what, they must be having a hard time finding documents to prove their residence, and therefore a lot of them are bringing Amazon boxes, or why would you put that in there? So, even though the Secretary, or not the Secretary of State, the WYDOT is working on residents, it seems like they are also having some struggles with that. Anytime you work on any kind of document, I've worked as a clerk for many years, and I've had a lot of legislators stop us during the legislative session and say, fix this, we need to have residency. And it's like, today, I'm like, you can't fix this today. I told you that when you were a legislator. I said, I can't fix this today. It needs a lot of work on it. So anytime you work on something like that, you think you have everything, but then you start worrying about, did we really pick all of the areas and we aren't disenfranchising someone? So I think that's what my worry and the clerk's worry is, that we don't miss something to disenfranchise people. I think the other thing to note, I was listening to Fox Radio on the way down here, and there was a conversation about multi-generational housing And I think you maybe don't realize it, but due to the economy, a lot of people, young people can't own their own house. And so there's a lot of places where multifamilies live together. I have one of those. We live on the same ranch together because that was the way it was most, something that we could afford. And so I think we have to think about that and what makes sure that they're going to have the right documents. There have also been some public comments that I've seen through Facebook and other areas, and I just want to clear up that there is this perception that maybe we aren't catching illegal aliens coming to vote. And I just want to let people know currently that through the state voter registration system, WYREG, the potential voter has to supply their driver's license. If the person is a non-citizen, there's a notation that the clerks are aware of that would halt the registration. At the very least, they would also have to show or give us the last four of their social security number if they can get one. And so then at the worst case, they'd get a provisional ballot. If they don't have and then they have to prove who they say they are. So there's a method that we are stopping those, and we have had people that we have wanted to prosecute in those cases, and so we do work through those. The statutes also allow a citizen to file a complaint. You can't just say, I think there is fraud. Please give us that information. I have prosecuted, not me prosecuted, but I've sent for prosecution many of different kinds of things for potential fraud in my county. And I'm successful sometimes that they go through and sometimes I'm not. So I don't disagree that there would be a better way to prosecute people if we did have something like this. I just want to make sure, again, that we aren't disenfranchising people. Many candidates will also tell you that our voter rolls are not up to date. And a reminder, as a voter, it's your responsibility to come in and let us know you've changed your address. And so not only will new registrants who were purged or brand new registrants, but also those people who need to change their address. So you multiply the number of people that would be coming at the polls. And we want to make sure we don't have lines. People in Wyoming really aren't used to lines, and so they really don't want to have lines, and they complain a lot about that. So I'm concerned about that. Also, my final thing is, it's my understanding that we will be required to allow people to vote for president only if they can't provide the documents. And so that will be new for us, and we haven't figured out how to do that yet if this goes through. But what kind of a message does that send, that we're letting people vote for president, which seems to be the real big question out there, is making sure that the right people get to vote and that our presidents are not being chosen by people who are not qualified. I appreciate your time, and I hope if we have any other questions of us that you let us know. We appreciate working with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other clerks want to testify? Okay, Ms. Duncan, go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Secretary. This is my
Yes.
first time to get to testify in front of you in your
Okay.
official position.
All right, well,
Shelley
welcome.
Duncan, as a citizen, former legislator, I appreciate working side by side with you for 4 years. And I had a whole list, but several things the clerks brought up, so I'm not going to reiterate some of those things. I was glad Clerk Freese did bring up the issue of the driver's license. When you do go in, you do have to bring in two pieces of residency. So your an electric bill, a cable bill, something that shows your actual proof of where you live. So I appreciate that you guys are working on trying to change, the post office box. That's an issue where I live because I live in Lingle. We don't get mail to our house. So I struggle with that all the time, that I put down my post office box and people on anything that you do, they want your street address. And I go, but I don't get mail there. So that's a big issue across all of rural Wyoming. So I appreciate that being worked on. However, one of the issues that I'm having is, the biggest concern I have is the timing, because we do have the new voter ID, and this is going to be the first time that it's implemented and used in an election cycle, and it's a presidential race. So this is going to be creating, some issues, and when we have, some hard time getting some volunteers to come in, and there's some confusion and things like that. So it's just the timing and the rush. And so I pose to you, I know you're not going to answer, but I pose to you, what's the rush? Can we just wait? It's your first administration, a lot of new people. can we put it off till after this particular election and until the next one? And then finally, you know, historically, we've worked with the clerks for many years, and all the people that they have, and they're our friends and our neighbors. We don't want to create adversaries. We want to, you know, be partners. So I would just encourage that maybe we pump the brakes a little and let's work as partners. You know, because as legislators, we all remember being, you know, separation of powers. And I remember conversations and working together as colleagues that we didn't like it when the executive branch told us what to do. So just appreciate all the work and just hope that maybe encourage that pump the brakes a little. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Duncan. And to be clear, we did work with the county clerks on this and understand that they're, you know, they have some concerns, but appreciate your comments. I do want to clarify, and I know she said it's the first presidential election after we did have voter ID in effect in the 2022 midterms. So just want to clarify on that. Yes, Ms. Simmons.
Too tall. I'm Gail Simmons. I'm with Civics 307. I'm a resident in Sheridan County. One moment, I want to make sure I don't go too long here. Great. So I, as you know, and thank you to your office for being so good and responsive for asks of data. So as you probably know, I have been pulling election data, both voter files, voter history files, and registration files for some time. It just happens to be what my background is. At both the U.S. Navy and at General Electric. So I'm glad to hear that there is no intention to have these rules around proof for registration also be applied at the polls, so that if people are registered, that you use whatever is in the registration, and we're not challenging people as they're coming in to vote. So that one step at a time, which I think this is with the registration. Having said that, I believe these proposed rules are a classic case of ready, fire, aim. Those of us who exercise our Second Amendment rights responsibly know you never pull the trigger until you have the target in your sights and know the target surroundings and beyond. In other words, what is it we're trying to do? And there's no unintended consequences. This rule change is being made absent the level of scrutiny, data collection, and fact-finding that proposed legislation is subject to. So what do we know? We know that regardless of the purge, there is currently 91,000 registrations that were active in 2022, at any time in 2022, uniquely, that are no longer active as of January 24. Of those, 19,000 voted in one or both of those elections, and they did so in 400 of the 660 precincts. So this is a broad amount of the voting base that had voted and are no longer registered. So 81% of those who voted in 2022, 81% of that 19,000 were registered prior to 2022. I actually went through and got their registration date and identified how long these people who are no longer registered have actually been registered in the system. 37% of those 19,000 were registered prior to 2010. 64%, almost 2/3, were registered prior to 2020, and 81% were registered prior to 2022. we have less than 4,000 out of the 19,000 that actually registered within the calendar date of 2022. So, and of those who did vote, of those 19,000, 16,600 voted in the primary only. This is actually in keeping, this is higher than it's been in the past, but it also is kind of an anomaly of the voting levels that were in 2022 with the strong turnout. The remainder either voted in both or voted in the general only. Now, the process, for those who don't know, and I know I'm giving this to you, but as a reminder, the primary source for determining if we're going to purge is whether or not they voted in the general. So, of course, it's weighted heavily on those that voted previously, having voted in the primary only and not in the general. And given that 2/3 of our legislative seats are determined in the primary, as well as 90% of our county levels, it makes sense that people say, okay, I voted in the one that counts and I'm not going to bother with the general. In addition, the fears of the mythical buses of out-of-state people showing up to register and vote is unsubstantiated, both from a practical standpoint and by the data. Every single county, and I actually have these numbers, I'll be happy to give them to you and to the clerks. All of these are spread across all of the counties. In addition, the Heritage Foundation, a very right-wing think tank, has reported that there were only
Thank
three.
you, Ms. Simmons. I think we're about a minute and a half over.
Okay.
I'm just trying to afford everyone equal time.
Great. I meant to do the time and I didn't. Let me just race through these others. Just because the data is there, because that's very fair. I'm sorry. So what is it we don't know? So what we don't know is how many of the prior voters have an ID meeting the criteria that do not have their current residence address? How many people who are eligible to register have a mailing address versus physical address? How many people use an ID that is not a driver's license, and does that have a current address? How many feel that they are excluded because they don't believe they have the required information? What would be the impact on WYDOT if people felt that they were required, whether it's in the writing or not, that they have to go in and get a new driver's license every time they move? Whether that's in the rules or not, I think there's a question there for WYDOT. We don't know how many college and university students want to go in and register and vote where they're located instead of where they're registered. So here's my recommendation on what is needed. Whether this rule ends up in place or not, we need to gather the facts on what we don't know. The only rational way to achieve the goal of voter integrity while protecting the basic American right to vote. Even if you put this in place, I highly recommend that the clerks keep a tally as people come in and register, how many people use a driver's license, and of those, how many have their actual residence. If they use something else, how many, and does it have a residence? So basically, I would recommend that we also do that at the voting polls.
Ms. Simmons, you got about 2.5
Yeah,
minutes over,
so
so I
that's it.
appreciate.
I just recommend that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Hello again, Mr. Gray, Mr. Naiman. Mr. Young, I have not met you yet. Mr. Rubino, it's a pleasure to see you. My name is Patricia McCoy, and this is my first time speaking here before you today. The only thing I want to say is if you are making people mad and people are telling you to stop, keep going, because the people of Wyoming see what you're doing and we appreciate everything. I see firsthand in my neighborhood people moving in and out day and night.
Thank you.
So please keep fighting for us that live here, because it's our right to vote for our elected officials in our state and no one else's. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Ms. Lucas. Thank you.
Secretary Gray, thank you very much. First, as a public citizen, I'd just like to thank you all for the work you're doing on this. It's much appreciated. I have just a couple of observations to make. In the last few business days, I've had the opportunity to open a P.O. box and a new account at a bank. The post office requires that you provide them with your physical address, and you must have proof, and they do not allow you to use your Wyoming driver's license. So anybody who has a P.O. box on their driver's license has likely already provided that physical address, so they must be able to do that. Or perhaps they could be able to do that. The bank requires that you provide your physical address, and that's part of FinCEN's Know Your Customer rule. I am a former banker, and I'm familiar with this intimately, and I will tell you that people open accounts all the time. It may not be exactly convenient, but it is certainly possible, and it almost never costs any money to provide that. I overheard a member of the media just before the session started asking somebody, what do you think about the hardship this is going to cause people? And I will be honest with you that I've lived in many different places. I was a military spouse, and every time I moved somewhere else, I had to get a new driver's license. And I had to re-register to vote every single time. And it was never a hardship. This is my duty to do as a citizen, and I will do that because it's reasonable to prove where you live. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lucas. Thank you. And one thing I do want to clarify, I was going to say this after Ms. Simmons' testimony, I think the media has been a little unclear on this. This is for proof of registration. So if you're registered and you come to the polls, well, then the voter ID statute's going to trigger, and that's voter ID, which is different. And so this is for proof of residency for purposes of registration, which is a little bit of a different issue. So anyway, Ms. Goodspeed, thank you for coming.
Hi, my name is Lynn Robin Goodspeed, and I am a Cheyenne, Wyoming voter and taxpayer. And the reason I'm here today is because I moved from Portland, Oregon in 2012 to Cheyenne, Wyoming, praying that Cheyenne, Wyoming was the deep red state that the rest of the country believed it to be. And I lived in Portland, Oregon from 2001 to 2012. And I experienced how the election process can be fraudulent, manipulated. The last year that I was there, 2012, there were trunkloads of ballots written in Spanish being found and processed, and there was never an honest election in Portland, Oregon, the time that I spent there. And that is why I'm here today. I strongly support the rules that you, Secretary, are proposing. And I strongly support the right of Wyoming voters, U.S. citizens, to be able to depend on the results of Wyoming elections. Thank you for everything you're doing, and I support you, and I know there are a lot of people out here who don't have any technical expertise in the process, but we support you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary Gray. Paul Montoya. I live in Albany County in the city of Laramie. I want to start by saying that I really appreciate all the hard work that county clerks do. I know a number of them in our state, and they've got a tough job in what they've got to do. I did look over their memorandum, and I had some comments in regard to their memorandum. One was that they have no indication there's a problem in Wyoming, and that may very well be, but we've seen a large influx of people coming into our country over the last 3 years or so. And I think we need to be proactive in making sure that this doesn't become a problem in Wyoming. I think there's a lot of things that we need to look at in this. One of the concerns is in registration, what needs to be provided for proof of residency. And it's been highlighted by a number of people what WYDOT requires here in the state, what the TSA requires in any type of registration, what passport identifications you have to prove as far as residency. And I think that really needs to hold true for our voter registration here in the state. The issue of P.O. boxes is a concern, and I'm thinking that maybe this needs to be at least an interim way of handling things for this election year, is that maybe we do need to have proof of residency through letters that are mailed to people. WYDOT does require this, that you have to have a letter that's been postmarked within 2 months, I believe. I think it's 60 days that they require to be provided to show proof of residency for that address. Now, the concern of the county clerks is, what if people have been evicted? What if they are living out of their car and so forth? And that is a concern, but if we have that timetable of a letter within 30 days or 60 days, I think it remedies that. Quite honestly, a bigger problem that we're going to see is if somebody is actually being forced to live in their car, how does a county clerk identify what district or what ward they're actually registered to vote in? That in itself is a totally separate issue, and I don't know how county clerks are addressing that. It must be a terrible situation for them to be able to provide that. I do think the legislature needs to look long-term at this problem and see what remedies we can have to really protect our voting rights in the state. But I would say, at least in the interim for this election, we need to maybe at least show proof of residency through what is shown by our mailing, anything that's mailed to us. We moved to Laramie about 2 years ago. We had a rural address. We didn't even have rural delivery. We had to have a post office box. What we had to do, and it's a pain in the butt, quite honestly, to have to do this, but we had to bring our bill from High West Energy, and High West Energy had the service address listed, even though it was mailed to a P.O. box. So this can be overcome. And it's a little more difficult. It's an extra step. I don't think, I'm not a county clerk. To me, it doesn't seem like an undue burden for people newly registered, but I think it should be taken into consideration for this election year. Good luck in your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montoya. Thank you for coming today. Ms. Russell, thank you for coming.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Secretary, gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity for this hearing. I am the Executive Director for the Wyoming Republican Party, and as you may be aware, one of the legislative priorities for several cycles has been election integrity. It's no secret throughout the country that there are problems with our election system, and one of them here that you're dealing with right now is residency. As a county chairman, I came up against this very issue when I had a precinct committeeman elected and I couldn't find him. And the location given for a physical address was a warehouse that had absolutely no potential to be a residence. When I went back to the county clerk and asked about, did you check this? She said, no, we don't have time. That's not atypical, and that's not unusual, and it's not a fault. However, it is a reality. And we have the same thing happening at WYDOT, I do believe. I don't believe they check the residences. I do know that some county clerks at least check assessors' rolls. That's not going to cover people who don't own property, but we do know that residency is an issue. Right now, we have a population of, if you want to call them transients, that's one thing, but these are people who prefer to live on the road. It's a big trend right now, especially with young families, to get out and experience the world. That's great. But as far as I know, everyone for tax purposes has to have a place where they register their and file their taxes, unless you live in and work in two different places. What I've heard here today, and I will address this from my personal viewpoint, given the perspective of the party's concerns about election integrity, and this is just one aspect of it, is the fact that I've heard a lot about inconvenience, timelines. It's a problem with wait lines. I think the bigger issue is we cannot disenfranchise our real residents, the people who invest in this state with their work, with their property ownership, with their businesses, with their families. We can't, our first priority is for those folks. We cannot disenfranchise their vote by padding it with people who may or may not be invested here with their lives. And so I would encourage you to work with the legislature. That's been brought up, and I know you have, but to do what you can with the rules. And I think I am speaking for the party when I say that this is an issue that has to be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Thank you. Hi.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello.
Thank you for participating today.
Thank you. Secretary Gray, I don't really know
That's Mr. Rubino.
Rubino. Okay. And
And Mr. Naaman, and we got Mr. Young
Mr.
there.
Young. Okay. This is my first time being here in
Yes.
front of all of you guys. My name is Caitlin McCoy, and I just wanted to give my opinion on multi-generational families. I know a few people spoke about it today, saying that it was an issue with voting and registration and stuff like that. And me personally, I just don't think that it is an issue. Currently, I am 20 years old. I'm a full-time culinary student, and I am a full-time Camping World associate. I have a license with my physical address. I live with both my mom, my dad, and my little brother. At a time, we were living with 3 of my brothers, my grandfather, my mom, and my dad, and we all had physical license, our physical addresses on our license. We all voted in the state whenever we could. So on behalf of my multi-generational family, we have and will continue to vote with our valid license, and we appreciate the work that you guys all do for the people of Wyoming. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Odom.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, staff. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today and all the work that y'all do for the great state of Wyoming. As I'm sure you know, Mr. Secretary, the foundation of our country is one vote for one legal citizen. And I believe the same standard should apply here in Wyoming. And regardless if we've had one incident or no incidents, we should be proactive, as the gentleman mentioned earlier, and make sure that we do everything in our power to ensure that our citizens have a correct, legal, and I'm losing my train of thought here, sorry. But a vote that they can count on and know that it's legitimate. That's the word I was searching for. I have a friend that lives across the street. We work together. He's been here in the country over 10 years trying to become a citizen the legal way, and he's from Mexico. And I talked to him about this event yesterday and asked him, what do you guys do down there? And you've given examples of other states. Well, even in Mexico, they require that you have proof of who you are and that you have proof of where you live. And it just seems like common sense to me. Everyone in this room either gets mail, and yeah, P.O. box can be a pain to open. I had one a few years ago, but you have to verify where you live to get that P.O. box. But everyone in this room gets shipments either from the mail, the UPS, Amazon, FedEx, the utility bill. There's some way to some method you can use to verify. Now, I don't know if that needs to be written into the rules, for exceptions like the P.O. box or whatever. Y'all are smarter on that than I am, but there's got to be a way. And protecting our elections is the most important thing we need to do in our country right now, besides protecting our borders, which is a whole nother issue, of course. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Odom. Thank you. Oh, Senator Case wants to go ahead.
Thank you, Mr.
Thanks for coming,
Secretary.
Chairman Case.
Gentlemen, nice to see you. Thank you. Thanks for this opportunity. There's a couple of points that I think I'd like to make. I'm a legislator, I've served for quite a while. I also have served on the Corporations Committee for a considerable amount of time. And the one point that I'd start out with, I have 3 points I want to make. The first is that I think the legislative process is superior to this process. It's more in depth. It has more opportunity for people to comment, more give and take, more revision, and that major changes to our election law should take place through the legislative process. And I think that this shortcuts that. I think rules are useful for some things, but this goes a little bit too far. The second point I'd like to make is that there is a significant chance of doing harm with this rule change and not a significant chance of having much benefit. And despite what a lot of people say, Mr. Secretary, we have a very rigorous voter registration system. We've required ID to register to vote for a long time. It might be decades, sir. And that process to require who you are to be established to get to vote, to get a registration to vote has always been there. Now, when you go to the polls and you're a registered voter and you go to the polls, the process to check that you are the same person has been beefed up by the ID process we did the past couple of years. But in all decades, and the clerks can back me up on this if they want, but there has never been an instance when someone went to the polls and claimed to be somebody else, and then the person that was actually registered went and said, tried to vote, and they said, no, you voted this morning, or you voted somewhere else. That has not happened. That has not happened. And the instances of voter fraud or voter irregularities in Wyoming are extremely small. The clerks do a fabulous job. Their offices do a good job. Our citizens are very conscientious. The Heritage Foundation lists 3 times. We had the county clerk from Teton County list 1 time. I'm aware of a couple times in Fremont County, and it's usually with regards to a person who is a felon and may have been convicted in another state and did not realize that they were eligible to vote in Wyoming. So we don't have a lot of problems. There's a chance we could have a lot of problems with this because we might solve one of those problems I talked about just now, which are few and far between, but we will discourage people from voting. We will discourage people from voting that are entitled to vote. And I'll give you some instances. One is, and that's a bad thing. That's equally as bad. It really is. And I know the people behind me don't believe that, but it is. If you're entitled to vote and you are discouraged from voting, that's wrong. I serve the Wind River Indian Reservation. My district includes almost all the portions of the Wind River Indian Reservation where people live, sir. And residency is not quite such a solid thing there. Families have extended families. People don't always live in the same house all the time. Some people are objectively homeless, and you've read about that a lot. And the people that are objectively homeless, for them to be able to go to a social service agency and get an affidavit that they are homeless, I think that's very, very unrealistic and puts a barrier to their participation in the voting process. They're entitled to vote. The Constitution says that. We should not put up barriers when they are unnecessary. We need to have a good system, but we already have a great system and we've been working to make it better. Finally, I would cite one more piece on the process, Mr. Secretary. We're working on a bill right now that you helped with in corporations. It's going to be in the legislature. We have another interim coming up. You have the commitment of the legislature to work with your office to try to work on these problems in a system which I feel is a better process. Finally, Mr. Secretary, I challenge your rulemaking authority in this area. So you cite specific rulemaking. Forgive me, but there are 2 locations where you cite the rulemaking authority. WS 22-1102A Romanet, looks like 39A, and 22-121. Looking at both of those, I think they fall short of what you're trying to do with this. The first one, Romanet 39, it says it's under the area of acceptable identification. And it says acceptable identification means, for purposes of voter registration, one of the identification documents or other proof of identity as specified by rule of the Secretary of State as adequate proof of the identity of the voter. We didn't put residency in there. Maybe we should have, but it does not say that. The other section that has several pieces of rulemaking, it's 22-101, Chief Election Officer to prepare forms and rules. The first place where rulemaking occurs, authorization is 22-121B. The Secretary of State shall promulgate such rules as necessary to maintain uniform voting and vote counting procedures and orderly voting. Little d says the Secretary of State is authorized to adopt rules and regulations necessary to comply with the requirements of the Help American Vote Act. Little e says the Secretary of State is authorized to adopt rules and regulations necessary to comply with the requirements of the Military and Overseas Voter Empowerment Act. Little g says the Secretary of State shall adopt rules and regulations that allow for the counting of ballots at a central counting center. The rules shall specify procedures for delivering ballots to the central counting center. None of these areas provide for residency. So I think, this is straying from the legislative delegation has been given to you about rules. Now, maybe we should have given you more power, but I can't help what's written here. And it doesn't say residency. I thank you for your time, and I do look forward to working with all of you in the future, and I appreciate your work today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Case. Look forward to working with you as well. All right. Yes, come on up. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you for allowing this testimony and time to make some public comment, Secretary of State and staff. My name is Heidi Reed. I am I'm the Precinct 46-0 committee woman for the Republican Party and a veteran. I'm also a nurse. I support your efforts to make voter registration ID universal, one vote, one citizen. I have to present a valid ID to buy Sudafed at Walmart. I don't know that it is that difficult or how difficult it is for certain people to get ID. But my experience with many indigent, homeless, and nomadic people is that the majority have little difficulty in signing up and utilizing local food pantries, social services, and especially, in my experience, medical services, all of which require some degree of identification. I strongly believe that if you have to sign up and give your phone number and your local address and show an ID to buy Sudafed, that you should probably also be able to do the same for voting for local officials and the President of the United States. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Yes, hi, thank you for coming.
My name is Marion Granboy. I'm an independent voter from Laramie. I've been there 33 years, and I got to tell you, I'm pretty shocked about some things here. I know everybody here wants only American citizens to vote and Americans. So I think we're spending a lot of time going over that. And I had other things to say, but I'm going to tell you that it's easy for me. I'm retired. I have a car. When I move, which I have several times in Laramie, I just drive down to the elections place and I tell them where I live. If I change my name, I do the same thing. It's easy for me. So you don't have to worry about me. So somebody's saying that we need to worry, we need to take a priority to someone like me as opposed to somebody who has troubles, transient, lives with a multifamily, all those other things. I find that incredibly offensive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Moody. And then you, sir, come up to the front. I know you're, thank you.
All right.
Not trying to ignore you. Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary and members of the Secretary's office. I support this 100%. One thing that has not been talked about is hunting licenses. I know I just got my hunting license here, and you are required to prove your residency, even how many years you're there. And we will probably hear from the left and the media, well, hunting is a privilege. No, it's a right in Wyoming. It's in our Constitution, just like voting. So if you have to prove your residency for a hunting and fishing license, which is a right, then should be easy to prove it for voting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moody. Thank you. You, sir, have been very patient. Thank you for being here today, and thanks for your patience, too.
My name is Garen Rozoyan. I'm a resident of Laramie County.
Thank you.
I'm also a legal immigrant, and I chose to live in Wyoming. I moved here from California. And one of the reasons I moved here is because of the great laws of this great state. And election integrity is absolutely necessary to make sure that people like myself aren't disenfranchised. I think the rulemaking that you're doing now is absolutely essential, and it's common sense. And just like if I were to go to the bank, I have to prove who I am in order for me to get my funds. And if the banks allow people to show up that didn't need to prove who they are, or if they're associated with my account, to steal from my account, if you can't absolutely guarantee the integrity of an election by people proving who they are and where they live, then you can't prevent theft of an election, just like you can't prevent theft from a bank account, right? And that goes across multiple areas of society. So if I could perhaps say one thing, it seems like a lot of the opposition to your rulemaking is concerned with a small fraction of the population and preventing them from being disenfranchised. I would put to you that I think it's more important that you make sure the large majority of the population is not disenfranchised by the few, allowing for potential theft of an election. And so the burden of proof for voting should be on the individual to prove who they are. It's not your job to try to accommodate every single individual, I think. I think your rulemaking is absolutely essential. And if somebody wants to vote, then they absolutely have the right to prove who they are and where they live. And the burden should be on them to show that, just like in every other part of society. The burden is on you, whether you want to get a bank account, as I said, or any other, mechanism of society that for us to, participate in. The burden is on you to prove who you are or whatever else you need to prove. And I think in this case, the burden should be on the individual, and you shouldn't have to worry about every single last person as long as you're protecting the majority. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Representative Smith, thank you.
And if other people want to come up here, you can be on deck, maybe. So
Yeah, that actually would be a good thing to start inculcating. If we could have sort of an on-deck deal, that would be good. Representative Smith, thank you. Thanks for that suggestion. It's a good suggestion. I didn't even think of that.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Secretary, and the rest of the panel. We appreciate your efforts. wonderfully, Goshen County showed up. There's the Goshen County section. So they all support your efforts as well. And so we just thank you for what you're doing. A couple things that have been brought up that I just want to share my opinion on is if the residential requirements were good enough for our Wyoming founders when they wrote our Constitution, I think in our Constitution it had 1 year. And so 30 days is nothing compared to that 1 year requirement of what our founding fathers of this great state put into writing. So as far as the issue with P.O. boxes being listed on your driver's license, I don't think that has to be an issue because my current driver's license has my physical address of where I reside and my P.O. box, and so it lists both right on it. So I don't think that is a major issue as well, yeah. So I can bring that up to you and show you, and but I have both right on my license. As far as getting the information out, the people aren't going to know. I think it would be the responsibility of the different political parties to help inform their constituents or whatever to also, so I think you'd have help from whether it's the state level, the media is talking about it, but also whether it's the Republican Party, Democrat Party, Independent, they can all get this information of what the requirements are and do things early, not last minute, and you don't have to worry about anything. I do know another reason I support your efforts is in our county, there were numerous people that I'm aware of that had just moved into the state. They hadn't gotten their Wyoming ID yet, but ID was required, and they used their out-of-state ID to vote in the Wyoming election. So I think this would help prevent out-of-staters that the people I know were legitimate, just moved here, but they hadn't switched their license. And so I think that is an important thing to stop. And then as far as, the comment mentioned earlier about all the bus loads of people and the data doesn't support all of that, why not be proactive? And so I support being proactive on preventing bus loads of people coming in, and whether it's shown here now or not. And so I look forward to supporting you and from the legislative side, these efforts to protect our elections. Thank you. Did you want to see that?
You know, I'll connect with you. I would like to see that. Thank you, Representative Smith. And it's an important thing to note because WYDOT has said the reason they're in non-compliance with 31-7-115A Romanet 3 capital C, which requires principal residence on, is because their old antiquated system, this RIS system, which is being replaced, apparently does not allow both residence and mailing address to be listed on the license. So it's very interesting that on yours it is done there. You know, I will note, I think it's very important to note this. I was going to put this, that WYDOT is required, and it's very clear, as Clerk Free said, to confirm residence address in order to issue a Wyoming license. And as it says on their worksheet, P.O. Box is not sufficient. And so that raises the question, not only the statutory requirement that they list out the principal residence address, but the fact that they're clearly confirming some sort of residence address, why it's not listed, which is very odd. Anyway, Ms. Scigliano, thank you for coming today.
Thank you. I want to say that I fully support everything that you're doing here. One thing I don't agree with is that it should be stricter. I think someone should have to be here for 6 months in our community to actually know what is going on in our community and to have the knowledge of who they are voting for. I don't know how someone could, you know, just walk into our state and think that they know what's going on and have a educated guess on who they're voting for on a ballot. We have thousands of illegal immigrants that are crossing our border every single day. And without putting my tinfoil hat on,
I'm scared that those people are going to be allowed to vote in our election that's coming up. And I don't think that's right. So I fully support everything that you're doing. I support anything that you do moving forward. For me personally, I just wish it was stricter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gagliano. Yes, hi. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Rosalind Shalisky. I proudly served as an election judge in the 2022 primary and general elections in Laramie County's busiest voting center. However, it was exhausting work because the number of voters coming to my e-poll station was relentless. The fact that 15,000 Laramie County voters have been purged for not voting in the last general election and must re-register to vote in this year's primary election terrifies me. I cannot imagine saying to a potential voter that he now needs additional documentation to re-register this year. Now, perhaps a resident who is voting early would go home for documentation and have time to return that day or another, but I doubt if that same voter would do so on election day when he's already taken off work and stood in line. In 2022, on one occasion, I encountered a voter who might have qualified for a provisional ballot. The supervisor determined that the person had already voted early, but the amount of time that consumed to sort out the issue when I could have served so many other residents was extraordinary. Election judges like me will be on the front line of this change in Wyoming's voting procedure in what is already a tedious job requiring precision and stamina and done with a cool head and a cheerful smile. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Shalisky. I do want to clarify that according to the rule as it currently reads on when proof of identity is not provided, they would be able to cast a provisional, which would be subject to the statutory correction period. But thank you, Ms. Shalisky, for your testimony.
Secretary Gray, gentlemen, thank you for your hard work and your citizenry. I appreciate it very much. My name is Jeff Reed, Albany County resident. I've been an election judge and a poll watcher. I can honestly say that something does need to be done. So everyone, I've heard a lot of comments like we've never had a problem in the past, because everyone's looking back in the past, but no one looks to the future. I mean, we've never had a nuclear war, but I guarantee, God forbid, but our government plans for one every single day. They have people in silos ready to turn keys in the event of that catastrophe. So as we look forward into Wyoming's future, we have to say, okay, what is it going to look like in Wyoming? Well, we have people moving here from all over the United States, some legally, some illegally. We do have transient people. But when people say they have a hardship, there is a certain role of the citizenry, right, where you have to take personal responsibility to be a citizen. So that personal responsibility is doing the things that are necessary to cast a vote. And now if that means you have to prove your citizenship, which I think is elementary, then they have to prove their citizenship. And in not proving your citizenship, it disenfranchises all of the people that took the time out of their busy day, their work life, their family life, to go down and do the right thing. And if you're telling me that these small percentage of people can't for 1 second be a good citizen and go do what's required of them, they can vote, then that's on the citizenship. They have a responsibility to comply. Now, doing nothing is nothing. So this might not be a perfect rulemaking. There might be some shortfalls in it. But like, I'll quote George S. Patton. An okay plan executed today is better than a perfect plan executed tomorrow. So the rulemaking, if it passes, if we get it through, It might not be absolutely perfect, but it's still subject to change and subject to carve-outs and things like this as people realize how it's advanced and what they have to do. But doing nothing is nothing. And looking forward into our future in Wyoming, we have to do something. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Pastor Lang.
Secretary Gray, thank you. I'm Jonathan Lang from Evanston, Wyoming, and I just have 5 quick points. First, I have to say that when I attended the Corporations Committee meeting in Douglas in August, it was alarming to me to hear the County Clerks Association testify that there is no current rule that requires clerks to look at the proof of residency before a person is registered. That was alarming. And so I want to thank you for proposing these rule changes to Chapter 2. I think they do an excellent job to right this unconstitutional situation. And I'd simply note that it is a rule change, which means that the rules for residency and proof of citizenship have been on the books through previous secretaries of state, and I'm kind of confused as to why that's challenged now. That's the second point. The third point is some theoretical hard cases have been floated that might make it difficult for a person to prove residency. There's a common law principle that says that hard cases make bad law. And I would just say to this group here, let's not be driven by hard cases lest we make bad law. Fourth, this reveals a conflict of principles. Someone stated, quote, even if one qualified elector who's denied the right to vote, that's unacceptable. Now, others might claim the contrary. Even if one unqualified elector is allowed to vote, that's unacceptable. Those are contrary statements. And the question is, how should you decide between these two opposing statements? And I would simply propose the Wyoming Constitution. The Wyoming Constitution in Article 6, Section 2, and Section 12 make absolutely clear that it is unacceptable to the people of the state of Wyoming for even one unqualified elector to vote. But nowhere that I can find in the Constitution of the state of Wyoming is the opposite stated. Thank you for proposing these rules. I hope that they are adopted in substance, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thanks for having me. Thank you, everybody, for your time today. I'd just like to make a comment. I heard a comment that the voter roll database wasn't updated. I'd just like to say I go out and canvass almost every single day, and I use the database. And I can just say from what I've experienced from the last administration, it is 150% better. So thank you so much for that. Another comment I'd like to make is, I've heard a lot of comments about the concern about the people struggling to get registered to vote. And, I was kind of in that for the people that they're using as an example. When I first moved here, I felt like I was kind of one of those types of people. But however, because I love my country and I really care about the issues, I figured out how to get registered to vote. If you really truly want to vote, you're gonna figure out how to get registered. And I'm not bashing people that don't want to vote, but when I go and talk to a lot of the people that just simply don't choose to, or maybe they got purged and didn't take the time to get it done this time, a lot of those people just simply don't know a lot of the issues, and so I guess that's why we live in a republic and not necessarily a democracy, is because you can't really have people vote on every single issue. If we're going to have a law passed on something to do with elevators, I am not an expert on anything with an elevator, so I'd be the wrong person to vote on that issue. So for those people that have been purged, if they really want to get back on the voter roll, they'll figure out a way to make that happen. So I'd just like to say that I am in favor of this new policy that you guys are going forward with. I think legitimate elections, especially in a time like right now, is more important than anything we've ever seen in the history of this country. So thank you guys for what you're doing, and please move forward with the new policy.
Thank you, Mr. Wasserberg. Thank you. Gary, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Secretary, appreciate you taking on this rule change. You know, I was thinking back, it was the first time that I ever registered to vote. It's quite a while ago. At that time, we had to register 3 months in advance, or we were not qualified to vote. They did this so that they could check the rolls. They made sure that we were who we said we were. We're making things easier on people today. People talk about hardships. When I moved to Wyoming, I went to get a driver's license. I didn't have all the documents I needed. I had to leave and come back. That was a hardship, but it was okay. We have hardships every day in our lives. We learn to deal with them. And I think our election process is so important that it be honest and fair, that we must take on the responsibility ourselves to make sure that we're registered. If we have a question, go early and register and come back later and vote. I think that's a good solution to this problem if people would just take on some personal responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Secretary Gray and gentlemen, thank you so much for your work. We appreciate the effort that you've put into this, and it is a super important issue. My husband and I recently relocated here from Colorado, and the year that we moved here, we were able to vote in the first election. Just 4 months later, we did not have our new IDs, so we voted from our Colorado ID. We could have easily crossed over and voted in Colorado too. So right there would be 2 votes that could be counted for 1 person. So I think this is a super important issue. And part of the reason that we're here in the great state of Wyoming is because of what's going on in Colorado. And yeah, I don't know what's happened here in Wyoming. Every state denies that, or there's a certain faction of people who deny in every state that there's an election integrity problem, but we saw it face to face in Colorado, and we're continuing to see the corruption and the criminality there. We don't want that here in Wyoming. We want to keep it out. So we appreciate you being proactive and taking action on this. And I appreciate the counterpoints of people who came forward, who can speak personally about hardships, quote unquote hardships, and how they've been able to overcome those. And I believe that other people within the state should be able to do the same. So I just appreciate everybody's testimony today, and especially those who speak out for defending the last bastion of freedom that we have in this country, which is the right to vote and to have an accurate vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Trujillo, thanks for coming.
Hi, thank you. Bear with me. I'm fighting a cold, so I'm going to try and make this quick. So Representative Trujillo, House District 44, Tamara Trujillo, or as some of my family would call me, Tamara Trujillo. And also, before I make my statement, I'd like to make it known that, I'm all for legal immigration. My 2 older children are first generation Mexican American, but then they're told that that doesn't count because I'm full American, so it doesn't equal out. So there's that. But thank you for the opportunity to come speak before you today in favor of this identification voter registration rule. Most folks will say that the voting is a right. Well, it's also a privilege that I've exercised for 30 years. And I will say that each and every time I exercise my voting privilege, I do so with extreme pride and gratitude, and knowing that this is one thing we as Americans have in common. Regardless of the party affiliation, our religion, or our social beliefs, or anything else which may set us apart, Voting is our one true commonality as Americans. That is what distinguishes us from the rest of the world. And as a reminder to all, the ballots we do cast make a difference at every voting level, whether it's be local, municipalities, county, state, federal, or even deciding what we're going to have for dinner, because our vote does count. It matters. Most of you know I was a new candidate in 2022. And in October of that year, we were already midway to the general election, and a candidate for the school board position in Laramie County School District 1 created a post on social media platform written in both English and Spanish, which read, "Voting early? Did you know you don't have to be a citizen to vote? Just be a resident of your neighborhood and show a valid ID. You can vote. Thanks. ¿Sabes qué? No necesitas que ser ciudadano para votar. Solo necesito ser un residente de tu vecindario para votar. Muestra tu identificación válida. Sí puedes votar y gracias." That post then asked the readers again to vote for him. The social media post was eventually removed from the account, but not before it had been up for 5 days. More than enough time to be seen and read by many. This individual had run for office in previous elections, and we can only hope that this manner of dialect did not become the campaign norm. Hoping to solicit votes in such an egregious manner, this was my very first experience as a candidate for office in the state of Wyoming. And at the time, I was appalled at the tactics some engaged in, looking to, for the lack of a better phrase, duping the voters to solicit a vote. These methods have, what I like to say, a domino effect in our community. Social media is used to disseminate false or semi-false information. The readers, our constituents, the voters and potential voters believe the rhetoric, and with hopes of casting a vote, head to the polls, only to find out that what they read or what they are told is not entirely true. Our constituents then become angry and frustrated because of the false and half-truths from social media posts, not fully understanding what is occurring and making actions offensive and dangerous for others. This is especially true in today's society, with open borders in sanctuary cities, one which is just located a mere 100 miles away from our Wyoming border. Additionally, identification for voter registration will help stop various types of fraud, such as impersonating other registered voters, stop non-citizens from voting, and preventing out-of-state residents or someone registered in multiple jurisdictions. With that, I extend my sincere and heartfelt thank you to you and your office for your dedication and all the hard work being done to ensure an equal, safe, and secure voting experience for all Wyomingites. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Trujillo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lone, thank you.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for this opportunity. This discussion has brought up the term provisional ballot, and it seems to me and others like you're either qualified to vote or you're not. I wonder if you would please discuss the definition of a provisional ballot and the need for a provisional ballot. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Lone. A provisional ballot is what is cast when, in certain situations in statute and then also in our rule, when something is not adhered to, that, or there's a question as to adherence. So in voter ID, for example, if you're not able to qualify yourself via showing an ID that is compliant with the voter ID statute, then you cast a provisional ballot, and that ballot is set aside, and you have a certain period of time to correct the ballot, and that process is laid out in statute, and that's the concept. So if they then the following day go to the county courthouse and provide, for example, voter ID or in this case, it would be proof of residence for purposes of voter registration, then that ballot would count. But they'd have to, on the back end, do what the requirement is, and it's set aside and not counted until that is done. And if the time lapses, then the ballot is not counted.
So there is a time frame to prove your
Yes.
qualification, and what is that, please?
I believe it's 72 hours, but it might be 48.
Okay,
I believe it's 72.
thank you.
What is it? 24.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary and staff. My name is Marguerite Herman. I wear several hats in this building. Right now, I am speaking as the representative for the Wyoming League of Women Voters. Voting is a right and responsibility enshrined in our Constitution. It is nothing less than the foundation of our democracy. Voting is what gives our government its legitimacy and authority. The League of Women Voters organization arose from the long struggle by women to win the right to vote, finally recognized in the 19th Amendment. Of course, you know that Wyoming enjoys the distinction of being the first state or territory to recognize that right, and that was in 1869. The League of Women Voters of Wyoming is nonpartisan and nonprofit and advocates for responsible, accessible government and for informed and engaged citizens. Yes, we share the concern of every person in this room that our elections are secure, but they also must be free and fair. And what you propose in these rules does serious harm to that. It disenfranchises broad sections of Wyoming citizens, people who are eligible to vote and whose voices give our government its legitimacy. And just as a sideline, over the past 43 years, I have heard repeatedly, voting is just like, as a way to explain away the lines. Well, you shop at Walmart, or showing, getting, like we heard today, getting a hunting license, opening a bank account, et cetera. And I would just argue that voting is not just like anything, actually. It is a guarantee of the Constitution. It is a fundamental, it's the foundation for a republic, a democratic republic. And it's singular in its importance, and I just encourage people not to compare it to activities that in fact are not enshrined in the Constitution. So I would just say, even though people try to equate the two, nothing is like voting. Well, I'll just say, and then the sacrifices or the flaws that have been mentioned just gain nothing in security and is a great cost to voter access and orderly registrations at the polls. The League of Women Voters share concerns expressed by the Clerks Association and civic groups. In brief, I'll just four bullets here. This kind of drastic change in Wyoming election law requires careful study and debate by the legislature. This is no mere administrative procedure. What is requested is a definition. What you were requested, or request that it was voiced by a county clerk, was what is a bona fide resident, so that she could interpret the statute, because that's the phrase in statute. Instead, this proposed rule sidesteps the legislative process and attempts to trim back the people who can and will vote. The timing is so close to an election makes it impossible to fully inform and forewarn voters, purged or not, of new requirements. The confused, discouraged people tend to stay home, and that's not what any of us want. We don't want anyone who is qualified to vote and maybe even registered to stay home. Nobody wants that. Expected re-registrations on election day will create long lines of discouraged, disheartened voters and overwhelmed clerks and poll workers. The restriction means the effective disenfranchisement of Wyoming citizens who lack the particular document required by this rule to quote unquote prove they are real voters. This rule arises from baseless fears. The county clerks register voters and maintain the registration lists. They are at the polls at every election. They know and have stated repeatedly they have the tools to keep our voter registration lists and elections secure right now. As much as I rise to oppose these rules, however, and to ask you to return this task to the legislature, I urge the Secretary of State's office to turn your efforts to ensuring Wyoming's voter registration rolls and our election system are secure and as accessible as possible to all eligible people. We need their voices in our government. We are stronger, we are more legitimate, the broader participation of people in their government. Clear obstructions, don't create them. The League of Women Voters urges you to use your office to help ensure broad, informed participation of Wyoming people in their government. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herman. Mr. Correnti.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Joey Correnti, Carbon County, Deputy Nyman, Director Young, and Councilor Rubino. Thank you for sending some time. I've heard a lot here today, and on the last speaker, I want to clarify that voting is not the foundation of our democracy because of the reason we do vote. We vote to elect representatives in our constitutional representative republic, not our democracy. Heard a lot of things today that are fundamentally incorrect when it comes to voting. And I want to thank you and note your reserve today, Mr. Secretary, for not cutting off the previous speaker from the Senate, even though he said a lot of incorrect and anecdotal things during one of your hearings. I believe it was stated that the legislative process being superior to your rulemaking process is what brought the current law and the question into play of why do you get to make the rules? Because the legislature has set it up that way. And with that individual being 3 decades, I believe, in the legislature, and as he stated himself, a longtime member of the Corporations Committee, has had ample opportunity over the years to clarify any of the laws that he feels is problematic when it comes to the duties they've assigned to the Secretary of State's office. And in fact, they've failed in the past in trying to strip the department of its legislative and constitutional authorities. So I don't see how that process is superior when it's the process that has either never been addressed, has been specifically handed over to your department, or anytime it's been attempted to be addressed in legislation has been defeated. I've also heard from some groups today, the Civil 30 Lady, 307, I don't know what group that is, but apparently that there's going to be a challenge to voters who are registering the day of the election at the polls, or a challenge to already registered voters who need to provide ID. And I want to clarify, because we went through this, I believe, a year ago, and then for years leading up to it. There's a difference between proving who you are when you register and where you're supposed to be registered at, and the reason we have voter ID, which is I'm proving who I say I am, and that person is already registered. So those are two separate sets of requirements that anybody who really wants to put some effort into voting shouldn't have to handle on the same day, whether they've been purged or not, because an active participant in our electorate wouldn't get purged or would be aware that they have been purged and not have to register the day of the polls. I hear a lot of people talking about transients and displaced people and students, and I'm not saying they don't exist, and I'm also not saying that they don't have a right to vote as Americans. I have a question for all the people that want to keep pushing that narrative of, well, they're homeless or they like to live in a bus. And maybe this is a better question for the clerks, because the Clerks Association did bring this up as an issue. What would the clerks be guided to do in issuing a ballot? What precinct? What split if somebody doesn't have a residence? I'm homeless. I live in Natrona County. I live in the city of Casper. I can walk 5 blocks in Casper and go through 7 different precincts and 9 different splits. What ballot would the state issue me if I couldn't prove my residence in any of these more urban areas? And then I've also heard a lot of things. It's difficult obtaining a driver's license, proving this, proving that, from a series of organizations, individuals, and groups. And I know you guys probably aren't going to be answering any questions, but if anybody, in fact, I'll state a challenge, as was stated earlier. If anybody testifying from here on out could tell me, where is the law that restricts any individual, group, or organization from assisting an individual in registering to vote, assisting an individual in getting together the documentation and getting a driver's license or an identification card, driving them to the polls, driving them to the whiteout location to acquire this, or assisting them in paying for any of that stuff? I would love to know, because last time I checked, All the people here complaining, hemming, hawing, sweating with, cold hands, they don't have any legal restriction to actually assist the people that they're worried about being disenfranchised, by the way, none of which have appeared here to testify today. I guess in closing, I would have to say all the non-existent cases of voter malfeasance, voter fraud, election fraud, we've been told there's only been 3 in the last 20 years, 3 that have been prosecuted. I was heard earlier out of Fremont County, I think it was. I've had a couple of cases in my 27 years that I've had to investigate. Well, remember, there's a difference between prosecute, investigate, complaint, and existence. And as a election judge and a member of the county canvassing board and a previous poll watcher, I've seen a lot of things happen that are concerning. And unfortunately, a lot of those things are rectified by, well, they signed an oath and an affidavit saying that that was straight. So we need to bring ourselves into a position where we're proactive in these checks and balances, which I do believe some of your rule changes address, and that we're following up. And we're not just saying ballot security and audits have to be the paper ballots. The people that administer our elections on our behalf also need to be looked at with the processes they're engaging in, and it needs to be universal so that it's not a big surprise when, oh, is that wrong? I don't know. And I guess the last thing I'll say is with all the issues that have been brought up, even by some of the people that are against this today, some of the statements that have been made, well, I have voters that don't have this, I have voters that don't have that. Where are all the provisional ballots that should be produced by those concerns that were expressed here today? And then if we're going to change this through legislation, like it continues to be stated, your rule change is not adequate, there's a superior legislative step. How does a law fix this when it's the fact that we already have a State Department that's not following the law that's causing a lot of this? And I'll end with that, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Cranton. Thank you. Mr. Laycock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Joe, Jesse, CJ, good to see you guys again. My name is Tom Laycock. I'm here today representing AARP Wyoming. We're a membership organization for Wyomingites age 50 and over. As an organization, we do have a few concerns about the notice of intent to amend Chapter 2 of the election procedures. AARP Wyoming is a supporter of secure elections, and we can all agree it's important to have Wyoming citizens and Wyoming citizens alone voting in our Wyoming elections. However, we believe there are a few of these proposed changes to the current election procedures could be poorly timed and maybe a little confusing for some of our older adults. As you're aware, older adults vote at a higher rate than voters of any other age group in Wyoming. According to data from your office, more than 2/3 of all votes cast in Wyoming's 2022 midterm election were cast by voters age 50 and over. AARP policy holds that states should adopt fair, simple, and readily accessible voter registration procedures, including same-day registrations, while rejecting overly onerous proof of identity or citizenship requirements. We support the current process for voter registration, as it's simple and does require proof of residency already. In the summer of 2023, AARP Wyoming fielded its Vital Voices survey. This survey was made up of data from over 700 residents age 45 and over in the Cowboy State. In our survey, 89% of those asked responded Wyoming's elections are extremely or very accessible. This data suggests a significant majority of older Wyomingites were satisfied with the state's voting system. Only 2% responded voting was not accessible. These numbers reflect very positively on our current process. Section 5 of the proposed rules for registering to vote lists acceptable identification for proof of identity for the purposes of voter registration and adds the word current to the language around acceptable ID. We appreciate the fact a driver's license is the most common ID around, but caution that driver's license in Wyoming may not be as ubiquitous as we like. The 2017 U.S. Senate Special Committee on Aging report tells us that in 2012, nearly 1 in 5 U.S. citizens over the age of 65 lacked a current government issue photo ID. State numbers are harder to find, but we would love to track them down. As we discussed during previous voter ID debate, when older adults give up driving, they very rarely replace their license with a state-issued ID, although one is available through WYDOT. Another concern stems from situations brought to us by our government relations volunteers who are older adults in Wyoming who enjoy watching the legislative process. During a recent meeting in which we reviewed the proposed registration rules, multiple scenarios were brought forward by which if our volunteers had not already registered to vote, they'd have struggled to get registered. Multiple volunteers had driver's license with PO boxes, making the license less than effective for registration purposes, and a few noted they were not on their family's utility bills. Another volunteer was struggling to see how she could get her mother registered if her mother were purged from the system. Currently, her mother is in a nursing home. While proposed rules do allow nursing home contract to be used as proof of residency, our volunteer pointed out that because she pays for her mother's living situation, the contract was actually between the volunteer and the facility. To that end, the proposed rule allowing nursing home contract to act as proof of residency is well-intentioned, though may leave new or purged voters unable to meet the proposed registration requirements, as only contracts that are less than 90 days old will be honored as proof of residency. We hear from our members that when a loved one goes into skilled nursing care, the process happens suddenly, and there are a lot of things that can be overlooked. We fear bringing a loved one to be closer to family in a Wyoming facility and forgetting to register to that resident to vote within 90 days of a contract being signed may be one of those things that falls between the cracks. At that point, the lack of a current Wyoming driver's license, utility bill with the person's name on it, and lack of nursing home contract younger than 90 days may result in that person losing their vote. We're also a little concerned that voters who need to register may be caught a little blindsided by the changes, given the lack of time to conduct voter outreach regarding these changes. Implementing these changes so close to the municipal elections in May, the primary in August, and November presidential election could impact potential voters who may not be aware of the changes and may not be able to access the systems to find documents needed or run out of time if their efforts are rejected by voting officials on site. In the state of Wyoming, our county clerks work hard to ensure transparency, prevent fraud, and maintain accountability in Wyoming elections. In its testimony, the association cited their concerns with the proposed rules. We agree with the concerns and very much appreciate the efforts of our clerks. It's our hope you'll continue to work with the county clerks to find solutions to remove barriers from the registration process while continuing to share the common goal of making sure Wyomingites and only Wyomingites vote in our state's elections. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Laycock. Is it Ms. Carpio? Yes, thank you.
Does red mean on? Okay, great. Hi, everyone. My name is Marissa Carpio. I'm with the Equality State Policy Center. The Equality State Policy Center is a nonpartisan, nonprofit 501c3 that's dedicated to fair elections and transparent government. Alongside the League of Women Voters, we were one of the organizations that requested a public hearing on this rule. We appreciate the Secretary of State's office prompt effort to schedule this public hearing. I had the privilege of speaking with the Secretary of State's office on the implementation of the crossover bill that went into effect for the 2023 legislative session. To date, there is no public plan to communicate these changes that went into effect. What is the communication plan for this rule change in such a short time before the election? We are concerned that these rules will further disenfranchise qualified and bona fide voters from exercising their franchise and participating lawfully in Wyoming's elections. As the county clerk stated in their January 8th memo, they have no indication that there has been a problem in Wyoming with out-of-state residents misrepresenting themselves as residents for the purpose of voting in our elections. The Heritage Foundation also tracks election fraud, and they've noted only 3 cases in Wyoming since 2000 and 0 in the past decade. Speaking to the last testifier, non-prosecuted complaints filed with the Secretary of State's office show that there aren't complaints of this nature coming in. And if there were, there are laws in the books to address that. We agree that only Wyomingites should vote in Wyoming's elections. As we stated in a letter requesting this hearing, we must strike a balance between safeguarding the integrity of our elections and guaranteeing that all eligible citizens have unimpeded access to the ballot box. Our job, yours and mine, is to ensure that every Wyoming citizen lawfully entitled to vote has access to cast their vote. These proposed rules not only subvert the months-long work of the committee dedicated to the topic of elections, but also serve to impede access to the ballot box for some of our most vulnerable citizens, those without permanent housing, those in shelters, nursing homes, on the reservation, those who are victims of interpersonal violence are all affected by what your office decides to do with this rule. For these reasons, the Equality State Policy Center opposes these changes and hopes that you look to the legislature to solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fitzgerald.
keep pushing. Okay, thank you. Mr. Secretary, I appreciate the opportunity to provide comment today. My name is Rebecca Fitzgerald, and I'm here in the capacity as the Executive Director of Wyoming Free. We're a nonpartisan organization that stands for fair, reliable, ethical elections. And I want to just say, amongst probably more than a lot of folks in this room, understand how important election integrity is. My husband lost by 1 vote on election day. They found another one on a recount, and the election, and I really do appreciate, it was Deborah Lee who invited us down, and we looked at that, and we took that opportunity to learn about all the work that they do and to secure our elections. And we took that as fact, and we moved on. So my point being, we agree election integrity is paramount in Wyoming. But I just also want to say that we believe in fair and reliable elections. That means voters know the rules and the state of play before the voters go to the polls and cast their ballots. With limited proven fraud, and we've heard about it multiple times here, we know that there is some that exists, but it's limited in Wyoming, and that's thanks to the work of the county clerks and the volunteers that secure those elections. But we believe that this rule is a barrier for those who are looking to cast their ballots. We heard earlier that senior citizens in Wyoming are the largest voting bloc in Wyoming, and they're often the people that do not have that voter ID. And we also heard examples of, despite the rule allowing that opportunity for that lease to be allowed, those leases don't always exist. And we want to make sure that our oldest citizens have the opportunity to cast their ballots. The rule changed here, proposed here, is not insignificant, but we know how significant we don't know. But we do know that voters need to know what the rules are, and they need to know that they've changed. We hope the Secretary of State's office has a robust communication strategy in place to let people know without partisanship that the timelines and documentations will be needed. And to an earlier challenge, of those who could help, Wyoming Free does stand ready to help communicate with voters the changes that have occurred to the 2024 election, and the proposed, this being one of them. So we're less than 200 days before the August primary, and the timing of this rule is concerning. Wyoming Free believes that it should be easy to vote but hard to cheat, and we believe that the current process, one that does require an ID, is a concern. If there is concern, there's opportunity to work with WYDOT and the legislature. We thank you for your time. We thank you for your work, and have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. Fitzgerald. Mr. Ramai, am I getting the pronunciation right this time?
Yes, you are.
All right.
Very good.
Thank you.
Mr. Secretary and staff, I want to thank you for allowing me to present here today. As I sat and listened to everybody express their views and opinions, I feel that this subject has been very well hashed out and covered. I do want to speak to voter discouragement about having to actually physically go register to vote. I'm not in agreement with voting at the polls. I believe that if you're responsible enough to vote, then you should be responsible enough to go sign up prior to the elections. I am very much in favor of the new rules that you have proposed. I think they're necessary. We're experiencing some things down in Sweetwater County on some illegal aliens passing through. New York City, as you know, just decided that they wanted to let illegals vote. It was beat down by the courts, thank goodness. So I don't want to cover any more than just a little bit of that, but I do want to say that our federal Constitution, the United States Constitution, and our state Constitution both state that we have a right to vote, and that right is based, we cannot deny it or abridge it on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. It doesn't say anything about whether we're homeless or anything like that. I've been homeless. So I know I've had that experience, but you know what? Even when I was homeless, I still got to vote because I still took the time to go down and register and present the proper documentation. And I don't see any reason why anyone should have any problem about proving their U.S. citizenship and about proving that they live in the district they're voting in. We live in a time right now where politics is absolutely insane, and there's people that'll do anything they possibly can to cheat or to subvert the system. I work with voter integrity, a couple of voter integrity groups. I've done some presentations on that, and I think that there are more ways to cheat than there are to stop the cheating. And as long as we have elections, back to the dawn of time, when elections were held, there'll be always somebody trying to cheat. And it is your responsibility, is the people's responsibility, to ensure a safe, a secure, and a fair election for all involved, not just some, but all. And I want to thank you for all the hard work that you've done, and keep up the good work. You're making strides.
Well, thank you, Mr. Ramai. Thank you. And thank you for coming from Rock Springs. Quite a drive. And if we could fill in the chairs, keep filling in. Let's just for a second here, just want to alert the Zoom where we're at on this. I've gotten a couple messages. So we're finishing up in-person testimony. And please, we want to get to everybody in this entire process, whether you're in the room or in Zoom. We do have a 4-minute time limit. And we're going to finish in person, and then we'll take a little bit of a break, and then we'll transition to the Zoom. So please continue to fill in the chairs. I don't want to discourage. Please don't take this little brief intermission as any discouragement in public comment. Please, we want to hear from everybody. So continue to fill in the chairs, and we're going to proceed in that manner. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thanks for coming.
Hello, yeah, I'm Wendell. I started all my life. I'm from Rock Springs. You know, the Constitution says you're supposed to be certified to vote. Well, if you're too lazy to get certified, you're supposed to vote. Get a driver's license. Oh, you got to you got to do something to go get a driver's license, or you can't drive. Real simple. If you're too lazy to certify yourself to get voted by, then don't vote. That's up to you. If you want to vote, these are the rules you got to do it. Now, if you vote against this, thank you, Democrats, I know how to sue you now. Thank you, Democrats, for showing me how to do that this last year. I know how to do it. I already looked up the rules. So I'm in. This is certified. Only certified people can vote. Now, I'm not going to wait in line for a guy to get certified at the polls when he's supposed to do it beforehand. But if he's too lazy to do it, that's his fault, not mine. I'm standing in line. I went through the pain to get a driver's license. So, yeah, that is kind of interesting. So if you don't have enough energy to go sign up and do what you're supposed to do, don't blame me. I did. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you for coming. Thank you. And thank you, Wendell, for coming.
I'm Raymond Bogsty, also from Rock Springs, and I wanted to comment on some of the previous comments. I know of individuals personally in Rock Springs that voted in the last election, but yet they're not on the current rolls. Why that is, I don't know. So there's problems with the integrity of the election there. And in regards to the comments on people not being able to vote, like they were saying with the Indian reservation and so forth, that it'd be a difficult situation for them. I know several people have commented to me personally that they probably will not vote in the next election because their vote doesn't count because there is no integrity to the system. So what you're doing will give integrity to the system, so people that are valid will vote. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, thank you very much for this time. And I'll say it's good to see you again, too. Mr. Secretary, you'll recall several years ago when we found ourselves together in a restaurant, and you joined my mother and I for quite an extended period of time, actually, after we had finished eating. And you might recall, too, that my mother was one of those folks at that time that Mr. Laycock referred to earlier, that she was a senior citizen, years declining. All of our years are declining, but hers were declining rather sharply at that period. And it was a struggle, I've got to say, to help my mother maintain her right to vote, her access to voting, and actually the act of voting. She transitioned, as you'll recall, from being independent in her own home in your former district to an assisted living facility, and then finally into a long-term care facility. So to whatever extent you can protect my mother's rights and those of all of us who are in our declining years, I guarantee you it would be much appreciated, just as I appreciated the time that you spent that day, Mr. Secretary. It's remained with me. It meant a lot at the time, and it always will. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Garrett, and we're working to get that balance right, because it is a balance. So thank you, and I got to tell you, that's one of the top experiences I've had in Wyoming politics, being able to spend time with your mom, and feel like anytime I can, I feel like sometimes, when I can spend time with people, they think their public officials are walled off, and when I can spend time and increase people's confidence in their government, just you get a good feeling. So thanks for that opportunity, and thanks for coming in. Thank you, and we miss your mom. I miss your mom.
Mr. Secretary, if I may, I truly appreciate that. It meant so much to her. She had been active all of her life in politics and participating in the process, and ran for office unsuccessfully. But to have an office holder join her when she was 89 years old and spend that period of time meant so much to her. So
I feel the same way, Mr.
Thank you.
Garrett. So thank you. Every day's a treasure. We gotta make every day we've got to treat people with respect. And I just really enjoyed spending that time. And thank you, Mr. Garrett. Always enjoy hearing from you. Sir, thank you. Thanks for coming.
You're welcome. I'm Lyle Peterson. I'm also from Sweetwater County. And I would like to express something and add a little bit to what Ray had mentioned a minute ago about perception. And here about a month or so ago, information was brought to the county commissioners in Sweetwater County about possible election fraud, irregularities, whether they're rampant or not. The reaction of the county commissioners was to shut it down without even taking it under advisement or anything. And as a result, the general population there thinks, oh, yeah, well, they don't want to mess with the thing that put them in office. So you can see how things can go haywire. But what I want to do is I just want to let everybody know that there are irregularities. I mean, we've seen it in the federal level. We've seen it all across the country. We've seen it in every state. Why let it get into Wyoming so deep that it's a problem? Let's go ahead and take care of it now. And I support everything you're doing here. And I just want everybody to know that the way that our politicians present themselves means something. So thank you for everything you do. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Mr. Peterson, and thank you. Thanks for engaging in our process. That's quite a drive. So thank you for doing the in-person. We're continuing with in-person testimony here, and as the practice of the legislature is the same, we're starting with in-person testimony. We have people that driving 8 hours round trip here to be here. So thank you for doing that. We will proceed to Zoom once we complete the in-person. We'll take a brief break. So please continue to fill in the chairs. I want to hear from everybody here. Don't feel just because we've been going at it for a little bit that there's any discouragement. Please come up, and want to hear from everybody. So thank you, Miss. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Secretary Gray and staff. Thank you for this time. No? Is that it? Thank you. Thank you, Secretary Gray. I'm Lindy Kirkbride. I'm a retired rancher, and for years, I ran the student parent mock election and in the state of Wyoming. It was a statewide effort, and with many schools participated in this opportunity to have our high school students learn about the process. And I think what we forget is that we are bringing up voters. And I was an election judge this last time, and actually a young father came in at the very end of, and he didn't have his ID, and he couldn't vote. And so he took his little kids that he just picked up and there was no time for him to get home, get his driver's, or whatever. Anyway, that was a shame, but his kids are learning. And they are learning from his mistakes, but they're also are in school learning about our process of a government. And I guess I really don't want them to learn fear. I want them to learn ethics, and I want them to learn that our process is been vetted, it's been through the legislature, it's been through the executive branch, in some cases it's been through the judicial branch. And so I really hope that we can have a thorough process where we're teaching our kids that we can trust our elected officials and our county clerks. Oh my goodness, the effort that they do. And that every single election is a huge effort on so many parts, so many people that put on our elections. And I for one, am, I'm not an expert, but I really depend on the people that are the experts in this. And I appreciate the fact that that there's a lot to do to inform people like we did in the mock elections. It's a big process. And this is the changes that you're suggesting really need to be, advertised, how you can get these changes out to people. It's going to be a really big challenge. And I wish you well if this goes through, because we need voters that are informed. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you, Ms. Kirkbride, and thank you for your engagement in this process. Yes, thank you. Thank you for coming all the way from Laramie. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary Gray, gentlemen. Appreciate the opportunity. My name is Sandy Reese. I live in Laramie, Wyoming, where I'm a precinct committee woman. And I've also had the opportunity to serve both as a poll watcher and an election judge. Coming from the university town there in Laramie, one of the things that we have observed that is problematic in my estimation is the fact that we have a very large population of students that come to Laramie. Many of them are Wyoming students, but not all of them are. My big concern with many of these students coming into Laramie is that they choose to vote in our elections, but their residency is in other states. And so having a time limit on there, which you're proposing, is a good idea, because when you have kids coming in as students and voting in our elections when they in fact reside elsewhere, I think it compromises the integrity of our local elections. And so I think that we really need to be working harder on ensuring that they are residents and a commitment to our state of Wyoming. I also can say that I have observed, and this is where the proof of residency, but furthermore, proof of citizenship is vitally important, because I have observed non-citizens voting in our election. I lodged a complaint, but I don't know where it went. someone that I know who is not an American citizen did vote. And so to ensure our integrity, we have to be vitally certain that they are American citizens and Wyoming citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reese. Thank you. Thank you for coming today. Thank you for
Hi,
coming.
thank you, Secretary of State and gentlemen. My name is Amy Smith, and I am from Goshen County, and I would like to testify on 3 different instances that there is on the books a gentleman who lives on the continent of Australia who votes in Goshen County and is on the books for the last election, and I believe has been for the last at least 50 years. And the address that he has listed is the Goshen County Courthouse. I would say that that's probably a problem. This is on record. You can look it up. Second of all, there was a family who moved from Wisconsin to Wyoming, owns land in Wyoming, has since moved back to Wisconsin, still owns land, but still votes in Goshen County as a citizen. Now, I do not know if they vote also in Wisconsin. However, it seems likely that they do. Third of all, we have a neighbor who has moved from Colorado several years ago, who also, through the mail, got a Colorado ballot, in addition to a Wyoming ballot. Now, because they have integrity, they did not vote in the Colorado election because they consider themselves a Wyoming resident. There are problems, and we've heard today from several different agencies that there's not really that many problems. There's only a few, there's this and that. That's 3 specific ones that I know in Goshen County. Now, I have also read on Facebook of a self-proclaimed Goshen County graduate who also proudly votes in Goshen County. Now, I don't know when the last time that they voted was, but they're a resident of Washington, D.C. Okay, so that's 3 for sure, with a possible 4th that I am aware of in Goshen County only. I would suspect that this is probably in the rest of the counties as well. And so I just wanted to bring that to your attention, and I thank you for this opportunity to do that.
Well, thank you, Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, can you stay till the break? I want to get your contact so we can track down those issues. And if not, one of us can in the end. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Smith. Okay, we are proceeding with in-person comment. Karen, are you? Yeah, thank you. And anybody, if we could fill in the chairs, thank you, Karen. Thank you.
Thank you all for giving us the opportunity to have a voice. My name is Karen Weber. I'm from Goshen County, and I'm a poll watcher in the last 2 elections. Just as an example, and I want to comment, this comment is important because it's about looking forward to protecting the future integrity of our elections going forward. I was watching, and a gentleman came in, and he didn't have anything. And they said to him, well, where do you live? He said, well, I live at this address. Well, that happened to be an empty warehouse type of a building. And they said, oh, I didn't even know that, I was listening. I didn't even know that that was a place where anybody could live. He says, well, I just moved in and just the other day and I'm fixing it up. And they said, well, where are you from? And he said, I'm from Colorado. And they said, well, where's your address there? He said, I can't remember. Now and there was other information that went with that, but it just really got my attention because here's the thing, if we don't let everybody know through these kinds of laws that we're really strict, they're coming. They will be here and they will take advantage of every possible way they possibly can. He may have been just one person, but if he would have been successful in any way, there would be 5 more, 10 more, 15 more. It would be an onslaught before you know we can't control it. So now is a really good time to begin to really look ahead and look at how we're going to strengthen election integrity going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you. Thank you. Well, we are proceeding with in-person public comment. Mrs. Lone, thank you. Again, for those on Zoom, we will transition to Zoom after a brief break when we complete the in-person. Thank you. Yes, I can. Oh, I don't think so. You got to get that red light. There
Okay.
you go.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Secretary of State, for letting me be here. You know, this might be a silly question, and sometimes I'm good at asking them. However, when my husband brought up about the provisional ballots, well, it just occurred to me, if they have 24 hours to go and get proof of where they live, why can't they do it when they're at the polls? It seems like if they have to make that much trouble to get it, it would be logical that they would bring it on the day. So that was one question. And then the other thing, several years ago, I had taken care of a lady she was at Granite in the nursing home. And her son specifically requested that she not be registered to vote. And I was there the day that someone, I do not know who they were, came in and registered her to vote at that address. She did not have the capabilities to make a decision. She was in dementia. And to me, that's kind of a concern, that anyone can come in there and register, someone in a nursing home to vote. So I think there's got to be something, some kind of proof that these people are even mentally able to do something, because I have no idea who would have cast that ballot. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mrs. Lone. Thank you. Okay. We are proceeding with in-person public comment. Would anybody else like to comment in person? I'm going to kind of sort of give 5. I'll count to 5. All right, 1. Anybody like to proceed, come up for oral public comment in person? 2, 3, 4. All right, one more time here. Anybody want to comment? All right, 5. In-person public comment is closed. We are going to take a 15-minute break. Mr. Foffey, could you just put a message in the chat maybe? So we're going to do 15 minutes here. So we're going to come back at 3:41. We're going to come back at 3:41 and start the Zoom testimony. Okay? Thank you. We're kind of coming back to order here. It's 3:41. Keep the trains running on time. It's 3:42. Okay. So a couple announcements here. One, we're recording this. If people could turn off their video, if you're not commenting, it's going to help us in saving storage space. Mr. Foffey, do you want to elucidate any more on that? Just got that request from our tech division. So please, if you're commenting, absolutely, we want video. If you're not, please turn off your video. We appreciate that. It helps us in being able to record this properly. Okay, we have, I believe it's 19. I have a list that have raised their hands. Please, if you do wish to comment and you are in the Zoom room, please raise your hands. It's not too late. I want to be clear on that. We're going to take the comments in the order in which they raise their hands. So I have a list of the first 19. If you would wish to comment over the Zoom, please raise your hand, and we will take a running list now beyond the first 19. In the back there, if there's any possibility you could converse outside, would appreciate it. Thanks. Not trying to be difficult here, but thank you. Thank you. It's so great seeing everybody. Thank you. Thanks. And please come back in if there is something we can do. We are transitioning to our Zoom public comment. We have a time limit of 4 minutes. We ask you to identify yourself at the start of your comment. I will read one more time here the parameters. In order to ensure everyone is afforded an opportunity for comment, there will be a time limit of 4 minutes on public comments. Please state your full name for the record. Please speak as clearly as possible, and remember to turn on the microphone so your comment can be recorded. Comments will be taken from those present in the room first, then online. We are now on the online portion. For in-person comments, we will take those on a first-come, first-served basis. Please come on up to the microphone table at the front and make sure the red light is on. For Zoom registrants, please remember to remain muted until called on. And for purposes of us recording this, please keep your video off unless you are commenting. So I have the first 19 that raised their hands. In the order in which they raised their hands, we are going to take representatives first in the order in which they raised their hands. So first, we have Representative Tony Locke. So Representative Locke, the floor is yours. And just to give the bullpen here, the order in which representatives raise their hands: Representative Jennings, Representative Ottman, and then Representative Newsom. So it will be Representative Locke, Representative Jennings, Representative Ottman, and then Representative Newsom. Thank you. And then our first commenter after that will be Brian Miller and then Mike Selmer. Well, that's the first 6. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you to your the great Secretary of State team. We really appreciate this. My name is Tony Locke. I'm a resident of Natrona County and Wyoming House District 35 representative. I wanted to thank the Secretary of State office for this opportunity to speak concerning these proposed amendments to the election procedure. I'm very sorry I could not be there to testify in person on this important issue. I take this opportunity to voice my strong support for these voter registration enhancements proposed by the Secretary of State. These changes continue to bolster the security and integrity of our elections, which I believe is a strongly supported expectation of Wyoming voters and will boost voter confidence in our process. A robust proof of residence is a common sense approach to the critical issue of ensuring only Wyoming residents are voting for Wyoming candidates and issues. Arguments against these changes, as we've all heard, include it's not happening in Wyoming. Common sense says we don't wait for the rain to patch the roof. In addition, logic would argue if you have no sideboards and controls, you can't confirm if a problem is occurring or not. And these amendments will put some of those controls in place to help ensure we can stop this problem and see it coming. I commend the Secretary of State office for continuing to take steps to protect the integrity of our elections, which in turn protects the voice of the Wyoming people to govern their state without interference. I'm grateful for this opportunity to be heard and on this issue and voice my support. Thank you for your time and your service to the state of Wyoming.
Thank you, Representative Locke. We will now proceed to Representative Jennings. And just to be clear on the on deck, we did have Representative Bear added to the queue. So it's going to be Representative Jennings, Representative Ottman, Representative Newsom, then Representative Bear, and then we'll proceed to Brian Miller and Mike Selmer. Representative Jennings, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we're good. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I just want to give good support, House District 30, Sheridan County. The constituency that I've talked to has been in good support of this. There's a few exceptions. I find it interesting that the kickback is typically today from this very same people who write allowing every department under the sun to write rules and regulations. Apparently, they think that's the case, except for your department, Mr. Secretary. And I find that very odd. I don't see this as rules and regulations. This is in the spirit of the laws that we passed. And, you know, if it comes forward and we find a problem with it, we can address it. It is not at all uncommon what you're asking to do. I want to just let you know that we're in full support of you, and thank you for doing this.
Well, thank you, Representative Jennings. And now we proceed to Representative Ottman again. So we have the on deck situation. It's going to be Representative Ottman, Representative Newsom, Representative Bear. We will do a double check. There's no other representatives that have entered. Then it'll be Brian Miller, Mike Selmer, Elena Campbell. So Representative Ottman, thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Secretary. What a pleasure it is to be here. And all of the people, I just wanted to thank all of the people that have taken time out of their lives to come down there. A lot of them don't work for certain bureaus or agencies where they get paid to be there. They've done it all on their own. And I really appreciate that. I just had a couple comments. One, I really support this. What I've seen is that we have got to know, well, and it just said, one of the ladies, I believe it was Ms. Herman, spoke about the League of Women Voters, and I have their 411 thing here, and it says requirements to vote, eligibility, 18 years of age on election day, a U.S. citizen, a resident of Wyoming, and the precinct in which you register. So this is right in their criteria right there. They know it already because I got this off of the internet. So this is not a secret. What I will say is the coffee groups and the different groups that I've been talking to all are very supportive of it because one, to elect your precinct people, to elect your county commissioners, to elect your state legislators, all of those things are by district or address. So we have to know where people live. As far as the 27% that were purged because they didn't vote or whatever that was. When I went to vote 2 years ago, I got there about 4 o'clock and I thought, I think it was 4. And I went here in Riverton and people were just moving. The parking lots were filled, but people were coming out of the polling place just in groups. And I thought, well, what's going on? And so I asked a guy and he said, the dang computers are down. And I said, so what are we supposed to do? And they said, well, I don't know. We've been waiting. It was 20 or 30 minutes. And they said, we're leaving. And I said, well, can't we go somewhere else? And they said, we're not sure where the computers are not. So I ended up going over to Arapahoe and I did, that's a 20-minute drive, but I did get over there. But just to say that, that people can't get things done is not true. There was a lot of people in those groups that did not vote because they were sick and tired of waiting and then finally finding out that the computers were down. So that's what they said. The other thing I'll say is that with one of the people groups here in Fremont County, that there's a lot of concern about them and whether or not they could be negated in the voting. From what I have heard from the elders is that the people are not voting. They can't even get quorums to vote in their own meetings and things. So to think that it's only because they might have to prove an address, I'm not so sure. So I guess my point in all of this is to say people do what they want to do, and if it's important enough to vote, and as we see, they do have notice and they do have opportunity to find out about it. And being a past chairman of the Fremont County Republican Party, I tried to get people to understand. We have county caucuses coming up and county convention coming up, and still people are not sure of that. Some of it, we have got to have Americans to be interested. So I guess I would just close in saying that I am from the Riverton area, Wyoming House District 34, and that I as well support these voter requirement enhancements. I believe it's within the purview of your capabilities and job description, and I think you're doing a wonderful job, and I just thank you and your team.
Thank you, Representative Ottman. So now we proceed to Representative Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I appreciate this opportunity to comment. I want to start with when you started your presentation and opened this hearing, you started by quoting from a memo that the county clerks had done for our Douglas. I sit on the Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions Committee. And so I sat through all of those committee meetings. The memo that the county clerks provided on page 3 said Under current Wyoming law, there is no requirement that those applying to be registered voters provide proof of residence. So I don't believe that through rule, you have the statutory authority to ask people to provide their residence. Under the Constitution, Article 6, Section 13 says the legislature shall pass laws to secure the purity of elections against abuses of elective franchise. The legislature shall pass laws, not the Secretary of State shall make rules that impugn laws. The House Bill 38 that has gone through the Corporations Committee that will be sponsored, I believe that you and I had a rather spirited discussion about what would be the practical application of these residency requirements. And as I recall, on page 5 of that legislation, House Bill 38, page 5, lines 1 through 22, is the oath that people take when they register to vote. And in that legislation, on lines 3 through 5, the words that were added is that I have resided in the state for not less than 30 days before the date of the election. You seem to be at that Douglas meeting for the Corporations Committee, you seem to be fine with an oath, with people taking an oath that they attested to their residency, as I recall. And also, as I recall, I don't think you mentioned in rule that you would be bringing a rule like this in any of our Corporations Committee meetings. So I'm a little bit disappointed after you had been, I believe, to each and every one of our interim corporations meetings, that this was never mentioned. It was never brought to the attention. It was never, you never once mentioned that you might want to put something in this, in that piece of legislation. So then on a more practical level, I represent House District 24, which includes the north part of Yellowstone National Park. It is a 4-hour drive from Mammoth, Wyoming to Cody, Wyoming. 4 hours to get from Mammoth to Cody. So if someone comes to Cody to register, they live in National Park Service housing. They do not have the ability to prove their residence. How does that work for them? They've made a 4-hour drive to register to vote. And they have really, because of their living situation, they really have no way to prove their residence. Although they work for the National Park Service. So I'm not sure how that works from a practical standpoint. And as I recall at that Douglas Corporations Committee meeting, I tried to get you to tell me how this would work in practicality, and you referenced the oath. So that is kind of my comments. And I hope you will consider waiting until House Bill 38 passes and we have a residency requirement, and then we can get into the nitty-gritty of how that works. At this point, we do not have a residency requirement, and so this is premature on your part. I do support the residency requirement. I did vote for that bill to be drafted. I just believe this particular rule change is premature, and my fellow legislators who are on this Zoom, I would suggest we pass House Bill 38, and then we can have this conversation about what the rules look like. But at this point, I don't see that you have statutory authority to make a residency rule. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you, Representative Newsom. Couple things here that I think the media has helped in creating confusion on with some inaccurate reporting. And so I want to clarify here. What you're referring to in House Bill 38 is what's called a durational residency requirement, Representative Newsom, which is a durational aspect to residency, which, yes, that would be attested to in an oath. And that's what I was referring to in your question from, I believe, the April meeting, and there was some follow-up in the August meeting. Now, what we're doing with this rule is proof of residency for purposes of registration. That's not durational residency. This is residency, which is already required in Wyoming statute via the bona fide resident requirement in statute. So this is proof of that you're a bona fide resident for purposes of registration, which is already in statute. So again, we've tried talking about this in committee. There's a difference between durational residency and residency. And what the county clerk's memo is referring to in page 3 is that there's nothing, and this is the point they made in the August meeting that triggered the rulemaking, there is nothing that requires proof of residency. And their point is that they're really not going to fix the issue with House Bill 38 until we require proof of residency. So that's what we're doing via the invite in the August meeting and the memo. And that reference to page 3 is that, yes, there's nothing in statute or rules in concert with statute that currently require proof of residency, but the authority is there. And I did notify, and you look in the memo, in a number of different instances, they cite that if we did decide to move with a proof of residency requirement, that could be done through rule. In fact, on page 2, the county clerk state, quote, "We believe that the documentation required to prove residency can and should continue to be established through administrative rule." That's on page 2 of the county clerk's memo dated on August 22nd. They also, in the August 24th AM testimony at 1 hour, 15 minutes, 34 seconds state that, quote, "the residency requirement should be in rule," unquote. It was also stated on the floor of the Wyoming State Legislature that the registration process has always been in rule. Representative Barry Crago said in the PM session on February 2nd, 2023, at the 3 hour, 19 minute, 4 second mark, quote, "When you go to register, there are different requirements. In that part of the statute, the good elected official downstairs gets to set rules on what is required to be shown that particular day," unquote. The other statement that I think that needs to be clarified is the notion that I did not notify the legislature. I said this also in the comments preceding the testimony here today. I think I invite you to go ahead and review those, but I'll just recite it in the October 26th meeting, starting at 18 minutes, 44 seconds in the AM October 26th session of the Joint Corporations Committee. I said, quote, "Following the Joint Corporations Committee meeting in Douglas and in consultation with the Legislative Committee of the County Clerks Association, our office began work on amendments to Chapter 2 of the Secretary of State's office's rules governing election procedures as they relate to providing proof of identification for voter registration. The proposed amendments will require not only proof of identity to register to vote, but also proof of residency to register to vote," unquote. Again, that's not durational residency, that's residency, which is already required in statute via the bona fide residency requirement. Continuing with my statement, quote, "This will help aid election administrators by providing clarity in determining when someone is a bona fide resident of Wyoming when they register to vote in accordance with Wyoming Statute 22-2-121. These rules are nearing completion, and I anticipate we will go out for public comment in November," unquote. So thank you for your comments, but just wanted to clarify that per our discussion at the start. Wanted to push back on some of the inaccuracies that the media, I think it's caused a lot of this confusion is what the media has reported, unfortunately. So thank you. Okay, we will now proceed to Representative Baer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate your staff and Mr. Young, Mr. Rubino, and Mr. Neiman for being there and allowing me to come and testify. I am Representative John Baer. I live in Gillette, Wyoming, and represent House District 31. First, let me say I appreciate your comments just a moment ago. It will reduce the amount of time I will need for my testimony because I was hoping to correct some of those issues of my colleague that testified previously. I would like to just say this, that it's very important that our elections are accurate, secure, and something that I haven't heard yet is believable. And what I have had struggled with, and I see it from my constituents as well, is that there's this undercurrent of believability or lack thereof in our elections that are very important, that we give the confidence to our constituents that make them feel like their vote counts. Often I've heard today about testimony about a concern of disenfranchisement of voters, but rarely do we speak about those who are disenfranchised because they don't believe that their vote will count. So they go about thinking that, well, it's not worth the effort to go and vote. We have seen this truly shown in statistics when the media gives results of an election before the polls have closed, where voters refuse to go and finish voting because they figure their vote is not going to make a difference. So we know also that if they don't believe it's going to be counted because of concerns about the accuracy, that can also lead to disenfranchisement. So I believe that your rules are just what is needed to give the kind of confidence to voters to keep them from being disenfranchised. And I'll say this also, when we talk about people not being able to go and vote because of some, what I consider to be small hurdles that they might have to jump over to prove that they are who they are and to make our elections believable, what we don't know is how many people is that. But without a rule like these rules that you're proposing, how would we ever know? I believe that if voters feel like they didn't get an opportunity to vote because it was too difficult to do so, that complaints will be filed and we'll know precisely how many people this rule impacts. And I believe that the rule being proposed is important to be put into place just for the reason for the legislature to make the right moves. If we don't know what the effect of not having these rules is, how can we possibly know whether the legislature is going to enact statutes that will impact the voters negatively? I think this is a great way to find that out. And I know that it would be much easier, should it become necessary, for you to adjust your rules than it would be for the legislature to repeal a mistake that we might have made, not knowing what we were doing. So I do appreciate the rules that you're proposing. I think that they do add to that believability and that confidence that the voters need. And by the way, I'll say this about my constituents. When I've discussed these new rule changes with them, most, if not all, thought that these were already in place. And they were actually kind of shocked that we don't have these kind of requirements already. So I applaud you and your team for getting these out in time for everybody to discuss it and learn about them and prepare for our elections several months away from now. And I also would like to say one more thing, and that is just simply that our founding fathers put this requirement in and with a longevity of 1 year. It was a court much later that found that to be of concern and changed it. And that I believe that court made a suggestion of your proposed change that we're going to see in House Bill 38 would be acceptable. I'm not sure how they came up with 30 days versus a year, but I do applaud the Corporations Committee for coming up with an additional opportunity to put that into statute. But as you mentioned just a moment ago, the length of time somebody is a resident versus actually being a resident are actually two different things. So again, I applaud your group, and I am on and for these proposed rule changes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Representative Baer. Okay, so we are proceeding here now. We have got, I'll kind of give the next six. We're going to do Brian Miller, Mike Selmer, Elena Campbell, Dave Meany, Karen Wetzel, Jamie Locke. Brian Miller, Mike Selmer, Elena Campbell, Dave Meany, Karen Wetzel, Jamie Locke. All right, Mr. Miller, go ahead.
Mr. Secretary. Oh, you're very welcome. Mr. Secretary and all involved in this public comment session. For the record, my name is Brian Miller, Chairman of the Sheridan County Republican Party, 50-plus year resident of the great state of Wyoming, and retired Lieutenant Colonel from the United States Air Force. I lived in states all across our nation while serving and know from experience that this is a problem elsewhere. Thus, it is a problem here, one that has been rarely prosecuted. Not because it doesn't happen, but because it is considered an issue of little impact. And I'll add, it would not look good if it were shown to be more widespread. We have a particular issue here in Sheridan with several addresses having been used improperly to register to vote. Perhaps you've heard of the 30 North Gould address in statewide press. Most likely you have. Now, I won't try to address every issue brought up against moving forward with this rules the Secretary has proposed, but I will make 4 specific statements. I'll start with Title 97, the Wyoming Constitution. Article 6, Section 13, purity of elections to be provided for, states, the legislature shall pass laws to secure the purity of elections and guard against the abuses of the elective franchise. The baseline for IDs has been passed. This is the next logical step by the one who is responsible for overseeing our elections. Second, Wyoming Statute Title 22, Section 22-2-101B states, fraud and corruption in elections shall be prevented. That also falls to you and your office. Third, with respect to the issues that have been brought up to avoid going down this road, I reiterate, we already have a process that deals with questions of eligibility on election day. It is the use of provisional ballots. They are used for just these types of cases and provide an elector, an opportunity to vote, as well as the opportunity to prove their elector status after the fact. And finally, I agree with Ms. Russell and many others today that stated that our electeds must put the residents of Wyoming first when considering elections. And the burden is, of course, still on each citizen to participate, but they must participate under the same rules as everyone else. Thank you for proposing these rules, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. We now proceed to Mike Selmer. And again, then we will go to Elena Campbell, Dave Meany, Karen Wetzel, Jamie Locke. Mr. Selmer. Yeah, Mr. Selmer, I think you need to unmute.
I hit that unmute, sorry.
There we go.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I appreciate the opportunity to testify here today. I'm really glad this meeting is recorded. There are significant penalties for voter fraud, and there have been a significant number of allegations during this meeting of voter fraud and voter improprieties in the state of Wyoming. I believe, I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that it is your office that is responsible for investigating these allegations, and I hope you will do so. And I hope you will make the results of that investigation public, because I agree that it's important that we have confidence in our elections. And I believe we should have our voting process secure. Unfortunately, it seems like a lot of people would like all of us to believe that we don't have a secure voting system in place. And I believe we do. And I would really like to see evidence of an investigation being performed, and like to see the results of that investigation. I think that enforcement of our current laws is extremely important. And if you're going to propose additional requirements on voters in order to secure our election, when those additional requirements are not met, but people vote anyway, I think that should be investigated. I'm just curious as to why anyone in this meeting believes that the proposed changes will make a difference if people are intent on voter fraud anyway, without investigation and without enforcement. Attorney generals and secretaries of state across the country, including a large number of Republicans, have assured the American public that there has been very little voter fraud anywhere in the country. And until offices like yours produce public investigations and provide results to those investigations, I'm going to continue to believe that our elections are secure. And I wanted to say that I'm curious of where the compassion of Wyomingites is these days. I've heard a lot of people say that, well, we shouldn't worry about the folks on the reservation. We shouldn't worry about folks in nursing homes, or the indigent, or the homeless. If they want to vote, they should make the effort and do it. Where's the compassion for folks that are in those types of situations? I would really like to see a little bit more compassion from the people in Wyoming. And finally, I think the Secretary of State's job should be making sure that every Wyomingite has an opportunity to vote by making sure that polling places are more readily available, and just in general, encouraging folks to vote. Even in Wyoming, there's a significant number of eligible voters who don't vote, and I think that's discouraging. I think that's all I have. So thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Selmer. We proceed now to Elena Campbell, and then we're going to go to Dave Meany, Karen Wetzel, Jamie Locke, Vince Venata, Brett Glass, Marcy Shaver, Elizabeth Jackson, Marty Halverson, and Roxy Hensley. That's on deck, and then we'll go from there. But now, Elena Campbell, go ahead. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary and panel, thank you for having all of us today to speak, and very much in support of your efforts today on the subject of disenfranchisements. If one illegal voter cancels out one legal voter, that is one too many. It's been inserted that a broad section of our population is disenfranchised. It's a relatively few who cannot manage to find one of your several ways to register to vote. And for all of the legal residents of Wyoming interested in integrity of elections, we're not interested in rules and laws to accommodate the few at the expense of the many and the will of the electorate. I have to say this. Those pushing back the hardest against these very reasonable rules truly cast themselves in a slightly suspicious light. What are they after? We're after integrity of elections as put forth in our Constitution and the early parts of our statute. Finally, I want to note that you, Mr. Secretary, were duly elected by the people of Wyoming. And you do indeed have authority to establish these rules, as is stated in the statutes. I don't like it that suddenly they're trying to pull back those authorities from you. We elected you. We support you. Thank you, and carry on.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. So now we proceed to Mr. Meany. On deck, Karen Wetzel and Jamie Locke. Mr. Meany, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thanks, as you've heard, to you and the rest of your team for driving this effort. Just before I get into my prepared remarks, I did also want to let you know that I do have a driver's license with both a street address and a PO box, as was referenced by one of the prior participants. So it is possible based on my experience. So I applaud the efforts of the Secretary of State and your team to ensure that our elections are safe and secure as possible. Free and fair elections are a cornerstone of our way of life, and we must work, I believe, tirelessly to ensure that only eligible voters are allowed to participate. The ability to vote, in my opinion, is a priceless privilege. I know some have referenced it's a right, and I know there's a debate about that. But in my mind, it is a privilege, and it is a privilege that should be protected. But with that privilege, as others have duly noted, comes a responsibility. And that responsibility is on the voter themselves to meet whatever requirements are necessary to vote. I know I've moved here to the great state of Wyoming a few years ago, and my wife and I had to go through the process of getting new licenses and getting registered to vote. It is not a difficult process, and it is something that I think everybody is capable of if they are interested. We do not see it as the new requirements as onerous. And in fact, I don't believe it'll negatively impact many people who legally reside in Wyoming. As some other folks have noted, we have to recognize that election fraud is occurring today. In recent months, we've seen judges have to step in to overturn elections in the states of Connecticut, California, and Mississippi due to fraud or ineligible votes being cast. So if it's happening there, it is probably happening here. This really highlights this is a real problem, not a theoretical one. And as others have noted, we must address this now before it spreads any further or gets any bigger. I am glad to hear that supposedly the election fraud is low in the state of Wyoming. But just like corruption, election fraud is a cancer on our society. And if it's left unchecked, it'll eat away at the foundation of our society. And so, like the cancer that can sadly invade people's bodies, there's no such thing as having a little cancer. When diagnosed, most people will do everything and anything they can to fight and eliminate the cancer before it spreads. That's the situation we are now with election integrity. The problem is small here in Wyoming. We have the diagnosis and we must take steps to work towards its elimination. I'll close with one final point. I agree with the other side on this argument. We've heard a lot about the issue of making sure we don't disenfranchise voters and the importance of protecting the will of the people. And I strongly believe that. But with that in mind, I would ask you to consider a situation of an election with a very close outcome decided by a handful of votes. What if the margin of difference for the winning side was made up of ballots cast by ineligible voters? And without them, the outcome of the election would have gone the other way. In this case, over 50% of the eligible voters would be disenfranchised and the will of the people subverted. This could represent hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of people. So if the other side is truly interested in making sure eligible voters are not being disenfranchised, they must certainly be able to support this position to avoid this type of outcome. If they cannot support it, then I'm left to wonder, what kinds of outcomes are they really looking for? Thank you.
Excuse me, sorry, I didn't have my mic on. Thank you, Mr. Meany. We now proceed to Karen Wetzel. On deck are Jamie Locke, Vince Venata, and Brett Glass. Ms. Wetzel, thank you for coming today.
Good afternoon, Secretary Gray and members of the panel. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. I'm not an eloquent speaker, so I'm just going to read a little bit of what I had typed out for today. I've shortened it quite a bit. Basically, the United States Constitution dictates who may vote in this country. So why in this day and age would we allow someone to vote with a Medicaid or Medicare card or any other type of ID that does not have a current photo of the person voting and list a current physical address? Do we not have people living in this country today on government assistance who are not citizens of this country? The U.S. Constitution is clear. A person wanting to vote not only must prove they live in the state they want to vote in, but they must also prove they are a U.S. citizen. The simple and clear way to do this would be to have every citizen of the state of Wyoming and the country provide a government-issued picture ID with their name and address. If someone says they do not have a way to get to a driver's license facility, I would call them on it. Everyone, even if they do not own a vehicle, knows someone who does, or they may own some other form of transportation. We also, at least in Fremont County, have a bus service that can take them to register. Identification cards may be used may be issued to Wyoming residents of any age. The cost is $10 for 8 years, and I believe that's a pretty good deal. Still, if the state finds there are a few folks who cannot afford a state-issued ID card, not a driver's license, but just an ID card, then we can simply change the fee schedule. Non-US citizens in that same category, on their ID card, the expiration date is for a conditional resident or other types of temporary resident statuses must match the expiration date on the person's immigration documents. These residents would have no voting rights in the United States because they are not US citizens. Some people say this would make it burdensome for homeless people and maybe a few others to be able to vote. And believe me, I know a lot of us could be there tomorrow, especially the elderly who are being pushed out of their homes by higher taxes in this state. Nevertheless, homeless people and others have the same responsibility to prove they live in Wyoming and are a US citizen as everyone else. No one gets a free pass. Just like to make a couple of comments on things that I heard earlier and comment today. I really don't think that we need to spend time worrying about lines at the polls. We need to worry about only legal citizens having the right to vote in our state. And I believe that a presidential race is exactly the time, or a presidential race year is exactly the time to do this. We cannot wait, as we know illegal people are voting across the country. Thank you so much for allowing public comment today, and thank you for all you're doing for the state of Wyoming.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wetzel. So now we're going to proceed in a moment to Jamie Locke. On deck will be Vince Venata, Brett Glass, Marcy Shaver, Biffy Elizabeth Jackson, Marty Halverson, Roxy Hensley, and then we'll have a new list. So Ms. Locke, thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. My name's Jamie Locke. I'm a resident of Natrona County. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today and for all your hard work in this area. I'm in strong support of the amendments to voter registration and identification that we've talked about here today. Now more than ever, our election integrity is being scrutinized. Voters are losing confidence in the system, especially at the federal level. But this will affect our state elections if measures aren't taken right now to ensure that voters are indeed bona fide Wyoming residents and that they have the legal right to vote in Wyoming. Checking and verifying voter identification contributes to the overall integrity of our electoral process. It helps maintain public confidence in the fairness and accuracy of elections, as citizens are more likely to trust the results when they believe that measures are in place to prevent the fraud. Wyoming residents deserve to have confidence that their votes count and are not diluted by those trying to manipulate the system. As you heard from a previous citizen in Goshen County, this is happening in Wyoming. Secretary Gray, I strongly support your proposed changes and commend you and thank you and all of your staff for your efforts to keep Wyoming's election process secure for the people of Wyoming. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my support.
Thank you, Ms. Locke. We proceed now to Vince Venata. On deck again is Brett Glass, Marcy Shaver, Biffy Elizabeth Jackson, Marty Halverson, Roxy Hensley, and please raise your hand if it wasn't raised when we did the first list if you wish to comment. We're going to prepare another list. Vince Venata, thank you very much, Mr. Venata, for coming on.
And thank you, Secretary Gray, for having me, affording me this opportunity to testify remotely. My name is Vincent Venata. I reside in Cody, Wyoming. Like my colleague, Brian Miller, also involved with the Republican Party, and am a retired Marine Master Sergeant, retired police officer, and have taken an oath for my entire adult life. So I appreciate what you're doing in your office and what your team is trying to accomplish here. First and foremost, I believe election integrity is paramount in Wyoming. Had a representative on here earlier. I had mentioned to her at one of our local Republican Party meetings that election integrity is important. And after the last election, that representative needed to work very, very, very hard to reinforce people's confidence in the election system in our state. I was disappointed to hear the words that were stated earlier, and I don't believe that representatives moving in that direction, to my disappointment. So I support your effort to try and close these loopholes through this rulemaking process. Once again, election integrity is paramount. When the legislature fails to act in a timely and effective manner, it is the responsibility of the executive branch, it is the responsibility of the judiciary, and most importantly, it is the responsibility of the people to take the bull by the horns and then fix the problem. As mentioned by many persons today, some of the inconveniences mentioned are not inconveniences. It's just plain laziness. You've got to go to the grocery store to get food. You got to go to the gas station to get gas. Well, sometimes you got to go to the elections office and you got to go register, or you got to go renew your driver's license, and you got to update your driver's license. And I believe it's just pure laziness. There are many facets in life to where you need to have an accurate ID with an accurate address. If you want to purchase a firearm, you have to have an accurate address on your ID. If you want to open up a bank account, if you want to get a concealed firearms permit, if you want to get on an airplane, you have to have a federally approved ID, real ID. So when I hear these excuses, I can't give much credence to them. And when I heard the Wyoming senator and representative speaking earlier to give excuses why you don't have the authority to do this, I say shame on Senator Case and Representative Newsom. You are the Secretary of State. You were elected by the people of this state overwhelmingly, and we need you to put in fair and reasonable rules to fill the gaps that the legislature is dragging their feet on. Voter integrity cannot be a casualty of laziness. Regarding the representative from House District 24's comments about Yellowstone National Park's employees and registrations, I believe the county clerk from Park County does have employees make periodic trips over to that part of the county and does registrations, and so does the county treasurer does that for vehicles and titles. And Mr. Secretary, as an example why we need stronger integrity, I'd like to remind the public about an election that we had for governor in 2018. We had a gentleman who lived in Colorado who used the Laramie address as his filing address, as his residence. It was a commercial business, and then ran for governor of the state of ran for governor for the state of Wyoming. We almost had a Colorado resident as our governor here in Wyoming. So I think it's important to tighten these things up to ensure we have good voter integrity. And I want to thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak today. And you have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Venata. Hope all is well up in Cody. We have Brett Glass here now is next, and on deck is Marcy Shaver and Elizabeth Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Brett Glass. I live in Laramie, Wyoming, and I have perused the proposed rules. I'm concerned that, as some others have noted, these rules would make it tough to register for several groups of legitimate qualified voters for whom they'd be particularly troublesome. The 10,000 undergraduate students at the University of Wyoming have state-issued IDs, but there is no address on those IDs, and they usually rent with utilities included and have no utility bills. They may also change dorm rooms as often as once a semester and cannot travel home to vote in the middle of classes, so they need to vote from the university. Therefore, these rules could unconstitutionally disqualify them from registering the vote. Residents with no local mail delivery likewise have a terrible time registering, as reflected by some of the earlier testimony. It would also affect women who may have no utility bill to present because the utilities are in a husband's name. My wife had a heck of a time just getting her driver's license renewed because the utility bills happen to be in my name. She shouldn't have to go through this again or worse in order to vote. Likewise, the elderly who may be in a nursing home or other living situation where they do not receive the utility bill would likewise be unable to register. Residents of Indian reservations, as was noted earlier, likewise may not have street addresses on their IDs. And it wouldn't just affect those groups. Some Wyoming residents, many of them who are good conservative voters, have to drive many miles to reach a county seat to register and or to reach a polling place to vote. And if they're turned away over a technicality, will they take the trouble to go back? Why should they have to do that? Now, these days, there's a lot of controversy regarding the authority of the administrative state. And there are good constitutional arguments to the effect that rules on major questions like these cannot be imposed by administrative fiat. In fact, the Supreme Court is likely within the next couple of months to curtail such activities on the federal level. And in my opinion, this is a good thing. The U.S. Constitution guarantees us a Republican form of government, which means our representatives in the legislature, whom we elect, make the rules. And the Wyoming Constitution, Article 6, Section 13, states that the legislature shall pass laws to ensure the purity of elections. So the legislature, not the Secretary of State, is responsible for doing this. And it's nice that you're trying to make this effort, but this is what the Constitution says. In a republic, we shouldn't try to make it difficult for anyone who's qualified to vote to exercise that right. And so for all of these reasons, I think we should hash this matter out in a legislative committee rather than rushing to implement potentially harmful rules without the participation of our elected representatives. Mr. Secretary, please don't attempt to initiate these rules on your own, especially so close to the election when there's little time to inform the public about them. To avoid court challenges, other untoward outcomes that might actually keep the rules from going into effect sooner, please defer to the legislature, the people's representatives on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glass. We proceed now to Marcy Shaver. We have Elizabeth Jackson, Marty Halverson, and Roxy Hensley on deck. And then I've got a new list after that. Thank you.
Hi. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for taking testimony today. I am Marcy Shaver. I live in Torrington, the county seat for the very large, very rural Goshen County. I agree that this needs to be dealt with the legislature. This is an issue that needs to be looked at from so many different aspects. And, you know, to leave any of Wyoming citizens out is just unfair, unconstitutional. We've already restricted voting. We're shrinking who is available. When I'm listening to this testimony today, I hear a lot of disdain for fellow citizens who just haven't had as nice plush a life as so many are. We'd say, oh, it's just so easy to get there. It's just so easy to get there. It's not easy for some people. There are people with disabilities and being poor. It just makes it really hard to fit the bill that so many of the people I heard today were. And yeah, I just think we need to delay this and turn it to the legislature and let them take care of it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shaver. We proceed now with Elizabeth Jackson. Ms. Jackson.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I've just got a couple of quick things to say. First, I think this issue boils down to most things in life, an issue of priority. And I find it a little bit concerning that a lot of our elected officials, especially those that we've entrusted to conduct our elections, are prioritizing the convenience for a small group of people over the security of our elections. And I think that's something that we should remember when it comes to their offices being up for election again. I find it a little bit offensive to the elderly folks that a lot of people are claiming that they're incapable of acquiring an ID. I have an 84-year-old grandmother who's one of the most capable people I've ever met in my life. Also wanted to point out that compassion is a role and responsibility of the citizens, and security is the responsibility of the government. We need to make sure that we understand what the proper role of government is when it comes to these issues. I also want to say that even though you may not be in the legislature anymore, most of us still are grateful for your representation as the Secretary of State. And I applaud you for trying to do something to secure the elections. I support the rules. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Now we have Marty Halverson, then Roxy Hensley, and I'm just going to read off the second list here, and just so people have an idea how close they are to the top. Cheryl Aguiar, Laura Pearson, Cynthia Cartier, Steve Melia, Susan Simpson, Mark Jakowski, and then Judd Grossman. So that's on deck once we finish the first list. And then again, if you're on and would like to comment, please raise your hand if you have not done so already, and then you will proceed to the list. So Ms. Halverson and then Roxy Hensley. Marty, Ms. Halverson, go ahead.
Mr. Secretary. My name is Marty Halverson. I am the co-chairman of the Wyoming Republican Party Election Integrity and Security Committee, along with Rick Martin of Albany County. Rick and I have trained and dispatched over 300 poll watchers around the state, some of whom have testified before you today. All poll watchers are asked to send a report of their day at the polls and their observances to Rick and me. I have almost 200 pages of reports from our poll watchers. We wholeheartedly support your proposed rule. Besides the many reports or anecdotes of out-of-state residents voting in our elections, I have been told personally, face-to-face, by a non-Wyoming resident that he votes in Wyoming because he works in Wyoming, and his wife votes in Wyoming because she works for the state of Wyoming. They feel entitled to vote in Wyoming. They are both registered to vote at their work locations in Wyoming. There is a family in my county who received an unsolicited ballot for a relative who had been deceased for 5 years. How does that happen? There are reports from one of our college towns from landlords who receive ballots for tenants who have been gone for years. How does that happen? We have heard of 30 voters who are registered at one business in one town and 40 voters who are registered at an attorney's office in another town. Voting is not like the U.S. Census. You don't vote where you happen to be on election day. If you are here temporarily, such as a student or a rig worker on a 7-day shift, you send a ballot back to your home precinct. As for prosecuting voter fraud, I spoke to the Clerks Association in May of 2021. One of the clerks stated, and the other clerks heartily agreed with her, quote, "There is no interest in Wyoming in prosecuting voter fraud," end quote. We must reemphasize the importance of election integrity among our law enforcement agencies and our prosecuting attorneys. I would finally add that the voter registration oath should be made under penalty of perjury. It's a one-page form, backside is blank. The backside of the registration should contain all the statutes and the penalties attached to them for committing perjury. There are bad actors in this country, and frankly, we saw some bad actors in this state who follow the mantra, by any means necessary. And to them, an oath is meaningless, and they know the chance of being caught and prosecuted here in Wyoming are practically nil. Thank you, Mr. President. Please proceed with the utmost vigor to put your durational residency rule into effect. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Representative Halverson. We miss you in the legislature. It was a pleasure serving with you there.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Hope everything's going well out there in Lincoln County. Okay, next is Roxy Hensley, and then on deck, we're moving to the second list to Cheryl Aguiar, Laura Pearson. Ms. Hensley.
Oh, thank you, Secretary Gray, Councilors Urbino and Neiman. My name is Roxy Hensley, and I'm the chairman of the Albany County Republican Party here in Laramie. I am in support of this rule. I believe the proposed rule is an honest, if imperfect, attempt to balance existing competing interests. That of the citizens' right to vote versus the electorate's right to a secure and honest outcome. The question is whether a modest requirement for residency represents a disenfranchisement or is merely a reasonable, and I repeat, reasonable safeguard against fraud. To help us determine reasonable, consider that a new resident of Wyoming must be able to demonstrate that he has lived in the state for an entire year before he can obtain a resident fishing license. What if there was a referendum on the ballot to reduce that requirement to 1 day? What if all the Colorado fishermen showed up on election day, registered, and cast a vote in favor of same-day fishing residency? Preposterous, you say? I say I own a few bars and restaurants in the state, and there is not a week that goes by that we do not confiscate dozens of high-quality fake IDs with a name and P.O. box addresses of your choosing. You can easily buy them on the internet for $100. That is less the cost of a non-resident fishing license. One more personal story to help us define security and reasonableness. In 2020, we moved my dad from the ranch in another county, Commerce County, to our home in Laramie. It happened that I was a candidate for the state house that year, and my daughter took grandpa down to the precinct facility on election day to vote for his daughter. The only ID that he had was a driver's license indicating an address in Douglas. He was allowed to register and vote without any other proof of residency in that district. It was legal, he was legit, but I asked you, and I ask everyone in this room and on Zoom, what if he had merely been visiting on election day? What if he had decided to cast that same vote for his daughter while still being a resident of that other county? Entirely possible, but does that sound like a secure system? We are all old enough to admit the shortcomings of human nature. Most people are honest most of the time. Some few are honest all of the time. And if the stakes are high enough, many people can be very dishonest. We need to craft an election system that deters those who would exploit a system which is trying its best to be inclusive so that the would-be fraudsters cannot disenfranchise honest voters by casting illegal votes. This rule does not quite accomplish that goal, but you know what? It's a step in the right direction, and I encourage you to continue to work on these important issues, and I thank you all for all your hard work.
Thank you, Ms. Hensley. We now proceed to Cheryl Aguiar.
Hey, hi everybody.
Yes,
Sorry, I'm in my truck. My name is Cheryl Aguiar. I am also a chair of a Republican Party in Hot Springs County up in Thermopolis. I'm also, there's not much to add. So many people have said so many profound and positive things. I am 100% in support of this rule proposal changes as described. And what I will add is I'm also one of the committee of applicants for the People's Initiative for Residential Property Tax Exemption. I was also one of the members of the committee of applicants for well, it's not really crossover, to end or restrict political party changes in primary elections. As such, I am in strong defense of Secretary Gray in his role in stepping in and doing something to do, within the law. He does have the right to make rule changes, as I had the right to propose and enact and do initiatives which are outside of the legislature. I've heard a lot of the agencies and some legislatures, one very disingenuous legislator from Fremont County, who I hope was making a snarky comment when he said that, maybe we should have given you more access to more authority to do rule changes, when in reality, he actually tried to take all your roles away from you as the Secretary of State before you were even inaugurated. But anyway, I digress. But basically what I want to say is that there are mechanisms, like Vincent Venata said, where there may come a time where the people must stand up, or someone must stand up and use the Constitution instead of throwing the Constitution to stop people, to use the Constitution to help people, because that is indeed how it was written. Read the first part of our Constitution, the first sentence, just for a challenge, all of you all. Anyway, as far as post office boxes, let me tell you, from doing 2 initiatives around the state, there are no post office boxes that can be used to validate or verify a signature just to get a ballot proposition on the ballot. We must use street addresses. Everyone who's registered to vote has a street address or a physical place where they are, or how in the world would we ever know which precinct they should go into? But anyways, thank you, Mr. Gray. Thank you for the whole election committee up there. Jesse, Joe, I can't see who else. Only one I can see is Joe. But thank you all and have a great day.
Well, thank you, Ms. Aguiar, and appreciate it. Thank you for your comments. We now have Laura Pearson, and after that, Cynthia Cartier, Steve Melia, Susan Simpson, Mark Jakowski, Judd Grossman, and Sherry Davis did raise her hand. So we're adding Ms. Davis to the list. Ms. Pearson, thank you for being here today.
Thank you for listening to all of our comments. Thank you, Secretary of State Chuck Gray and staff. We need to be more proactive. We need to be proactive and not reactive. I personally have never been asked for my ID when approaching a voting venue. I don't care that voter fraud rarely happens. The fact that it could is troublesome. Mr. Case mentioned that our legislature should handle this. Are we really going to trust that our extremely divided legislature will handle this? I would say no. I, as a Wyoming voter, appreciate this rule and have heard more often than not that people don't vote because they feel their vote doesn't matter. This rule may cause some electors to feel as though it is too much trouble or takes too much time, but this will ease the minds of those that feel their vote doesn't count. This is what we hired you for. Keep up the good fight. Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you, Ms. Pearson. Hope everything is well out in Lincoln County. Okay, now we have Cynthia Cartier. I was informed that she lowered her hand, but want to afford her the opportunity to comment if that was in error. So Ms. Cartier, if you're there, just turn on your video. Oh, there she is. Okay.
Chuck, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. How is everything?
I submitted a rather long email comment. I will just read just parts of it. I am in full support of a requirement for proof of residency. I believe measures must be taken to ensure elections are as secure and accurate as possible. One person, one vote, one place. As an election judge in the largest precinct in Johnson County, I can say that I'm going to say the vast majority of voters, but the truth is there are all voters that I have encountered, even the ones who forget their ID and have to leave and return to vote, are in favor of strong election security measures. Most voters do not get angry when they have to go to additional measures in order to vote in a more secure and accurate election process. It is just the opposite. Most voters want elections to be secure. Most voters want to be confident that their vote matters. Most voters want to know that their vote is not being eliminated or diminished by fraudulent votes being counted and canceling out their lawful vote. We hear so much about disenfranchisement of people who cannot provide proper documentation for whatever reason or another. I've never personally encountered one of these people, and I have been involved in election processes in not only Wyoming, but other states all of my adult life. And so, but to insinuate that we don't want to disenfranchise a few supposed people who can't provide documentation, but risk the disenfranchisement of those who are voting legally is really quite absurd. When registering to vote at a clerk's office or at the polls, it takes no additional time to provide both proof of identity and proof of residency, for which there is a generous list of accepted forms of proof. At the polls, when a provisional ballot is issued to a voter who does not have the proper documentation to vote a regular ballot, it does not create long lines. The process is simply to give a verified voter ballot or a provisional ballot. It takes no additional time to hand one or the other to the voter. The responsibility of the voter to follow up by presenting the proper identification to a clerk's office is their duty as a responsible voter. Citing the rare cases to dictate policies will never create a system that instills confidence in the majority of the electorate. Election laws and procedures must be in the best interest of the majority of voters, not weakened to accommodate a minority who, it would seem, assign little or value or importance to their opportunity to vote if they indeed don't want to go to the effort to provide documentation to participate in a secure system that helps to ensure every vote is valid. Possibly the weakest argument of all from those who oppose a requirement of proof of residency to register to vote is that there is not an election fraud issue in Wyoming. So they say, why adopt this change? Which is tantamount to making the argument that I am well, so I will always be well. So I do not need to ever consider that I may become unwell. Regardless of the number of incidents of voter fraud that have been verified, if the gates to potential fraud are left open, the Wyoming election process will not be secure or trusted. Transparency and accountability determine the security, functionality, and quality in relationships, the workplace, organizations, communities, and governments. To oppose the requirement of proof of residency to register to vote is to advocate for less security, less functionality, and quality in the election process in Wyoming. Wyoming needs a requirement of proof of residency to vote. One person, one place, one vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cartier. Thank you for coming on. Now we move to Steve Melia. After that, we have Susan Simpson, Mark Jakowski, Judd Grossman, and then Sherry Davis on deck. Please raise your hand if you have not, if you would like to comment. Mr. Foffey, do we have any others that have raised, or is Ms. Davis currently the last that is raised? Okay. Well, if you would like to raise your hand, now is a good time to do so. And we will continue to afford that opportunity until we adjourn. So please raise your hand if you would like to publicly comment over Zoom. Mr. Melia, thank you for coming on today.
Chuck, can you hear me okay?
Yes, very good.
Oh, excellent.
Very
Excellent.
good. I know that voice anywhere.
Oh, okay. Secretary, great. Thank you very much, Mr. Rubino. Thank you for all that you do. I 100% support your changes and what you're doing. So many other people have said so many eloquent things like the last speaker had mentioned, and there's almost nothing more to add. But I would say that voting is a right, a privilege, and a responsibility, as people have said. If it's that important, then you'll find a way to get over there to register. You won't let anything happen that you say, oh, I couldn't register because of this, that, or something else. If you need to have a job interview, buy a car, start a bank account, go someplace, doctor's appointment, you would find a way. And people that say, oh, I can't find a way, do they just stay in their house forever? So we need to have people take responsibility, and we need to have voter integrity. Mostly it's been the leftist groups, and I'll say it, the Democrats, they don't like anything that has to do with voter integrity or voter ID because they say it's suppression. No, they are the ones that actually suppress. So I heartily thank you for everything that you do. I agree with all the other people that have supported this, and I thank you for all that you do. Thank you, Secretary Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Melia. We have now Susan Simpson. On deck is Mark Jakowski, Judd Grossman, and Sherry Davis. Again, please raise your hand if you have not done so, if you would like to testify. If you are on the list, though, hitting the raise your hand will then lower your hand. So if you've raised your hand, don't hit the button again. But Susan Simpson is next up. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm on my phone. I will be very brief. I submitted written comments, and I would like to know how I could access other people's written comments and see what they had to say. I am not going to say what I wrote. Again, time is passing. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Simpson. I'll turn that over to our counsel, Mr. Rubino, on that procedure.
Absolutely. Ms. Simpson, we're currently collecting all of the written and verbal comments as we are here today. And once we're complete with that process, we'll compile all of the written comments we received. We'll incorporate them into the administrative record, which will be a public record, and we will give them all careful consideration as we proceed through the rulemaking process. Thank you.
And just to clarify, and counsel can correct me if I'm wrong, as a public record, you can request that. So, yes. Via the Public Records Act. Okay. Mr. Jakowski. And then on deck, we have Judd Grossman, Sherry Davis. Does anyone else raise their hand? Oh, we got a few more. Okay. Well, again, we got 4 on deck here. If you would like to comment, please raise your hand. Mr. Jakowski. I saw him on earlier. Mr. Jakowski, if you could unmute we do have your video, although it's kind of yeah, Mr. Jakowski, if you could unmute there, maybe you're on your phone. That's him on the video, right? Yeah. Yeah. Can't tell if he's on his computer or his phone. I think it's his phone. Has he done anything in the chat? Yeah. I think that's what we're going to do in a moment here. Mr. Jakowski, we're going to keep going. Maybe you need to log back in, or we'll preserve your place in line as soon as you get back in, but we're not hearing you. We do see your video, although it's very iffy. Is it on yours screen too? Pretty iffy? Yeah. I have the screen in front of me. It's kind of big, but the icons for who has their video on are pretty small, so I can't see that well. But we're going to keep going because I can't hear you, but we'll preserve your place. And thank you. Judd Grossman.
Hi, Judd Grossman from Jackson, Wyoming. I agree that election integrity is the foundation of our republic. It's super important to give people the opportunity to express themselves. And it's really important that people's votes aren't canceled by illegal voting. And so I support your efforts. I think this has been a good discussion. I've heard good comments. I'm hoping that you'll take into consideration people mentioning things that they think are unintended consequences, so that in the future this rule can continue to improve, to be effective and targeted. It's really important that our elections are that it's easy to vote and that it's really hard to cheat. And I think proof of residency in order to register seems like a good idea. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Grossen. And my mic on. Hope all is well out there. So currently we have Jerry Davis and then a few others on deck. Mr. Foffey, could you create a new list if possible? And then as soon as we get Mr. Jakowski back on, we'll let him. If Mr. Jakowski, if you're back on, please turn on your video. But next is Sherry Davis.
Secretary of State Gray, I want to thank you for your work. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Very clear.
Thank you. This is Sherry Davis from Crook County. I appreciate all you've done. This is truly an unprecedented time in our nation when our borders that are meant to be protected are wide open. People want to say that that's not affecting us here, but at our state convention in October in Natrona County, the city council member stood up and told us a busload a day is being dropped off in Casper. A busload a day, if we can only imagine that. We had a carload go off the road and be in our hospital just 2 weeks ago, got a full workup, and a new coyote picked him up because the one that was running them was injured and went to ICU. There is unbelievable results going on. So we do have to be proactive in this. There is no doubt about it. If we are not proactive, it will be too late. We certainly don't want to think that we don't care or aren't compassionate for the ones that have difficulty getting to elections. And what I know is for every one of those, there's 2 or 3 people who are willing to help. I have not stood in Wyoming and seen that people do not go out and register people that are in hard to get places, that assist people. My 83-year-old mother-in-law, who's blind and don't drive, says, I need to get my ID so I can vote. And we surely took her to do that. Elections have been under attack since she was a child. She shares of her mother who stood on the election board, and they came in at gunpoint, took the election box, and started it on fire some 100 years ago. Now, this isn't anything new, but if we don't do something about it, by the time we get around to it, it'll be too late. We waited for our legislators to end crossover voting. I know for 15 years, we brought resolutions forward as the Republican Party. And year after year, it got knocked down in legislature, right? And so the Republican primary was stolen away from the Republicans of who would represent them. We do not want our elections stolen away from those who would not represent us as Wyoming people. We are conservative. We are looking for honest election, and you're the ones willing to do it. I appreciate your hard work, and I appreciate your willingness to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Hope all is well up there. So Mr. Jakowski's back. I thought I saw that too, but did he go off? He was on for a minute. Okay. Well, we'll keep going here. Currently, and we're pretty close to the end here. Obviously, Mr. Jakowski, if he comes back on, but we now have James Johnson and Dee Burrian. Again, if you would like to publicly comment, please raise your hand. Mr. Johnson, go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So I guess I wasn't really going to comment, but I couldn't help but keep my mouth shut. But I just wanted to thank you for doing this. I think this really, if we had more interaction with our elected officials, we'd probably have a little more confidence in them. That being said, I listened to the representative and senator talk about, sending it to the legislature and letting them, because they're the duly elected. But it seems to me that you're duly elected and this is your job. And we, the people of Wyoming, elected you to do this job. And so I'm kind of stunned that the people would think that you don't have the authority to do this. And so just want to let you know from Uena County, at least my family and friends, we're all behind you and think you're doing an awesome job. Appreciate time.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. And also thank you to Ms. Davis. I'm not sure, I think I may have neglected to say that. I apologize. Thank you, Ms. Davis, and thank you, Mr. Johnson, for commenting. So we now have, Mr. Jakowski's back? Okay, so Mr. Jakowski, I know that they have a hard time getting residence address on the licenses out there, and they also have a hard time with internet out in Teton County, I guess. But you know, we want to hear from we want to hear from everybody. And I definitely want to hear from everyone. And Mr. Jakowski, please unmute. Oh, great. Mr. Jakowski. That's okay.
I have to find
There it
the
is,
raise
Mr.
hand signal.
There it
Anything
is.
else is irrelevant. Okay, I cannot do it. Period. Don't bend over on me.
Mr. Jakowski, you're on. Go ahead. He's gone? Oh, darn it. All right. All right. So now we have Dee Burian and then Nicole Wagon is on.
That's the fucking problem.
Let's mute him. Okay. Dee Burian, go ahead. Thank you for coming today.
Hi, this is Diana Burian from Crook County. My husband Jeff actually wanted to make a few comments and he's jumping on my phone. So here he is.
Hi, Jeff. How are you doing? Hi, Mr. Burian. How are you?
I'm doing fine. How are you there, Secretary Gray?
Great to hear from you.
Good to see you too, Joe.
Yes. Mr.
Anyway,
Burian, thank you.
Yes, just a couple of quick comments. And first of all, voters have to assume some responsibility for registration.
Sorry, Sherry, what?
Am I still on?
Sorry, Mr. Burian. Go ahead. We're having some technical issues here.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. I'll start over.
I think you're fine. Go ahead.
I was going to say, voters have to assume some responsibility for their registration. And also, if folks want to vote, if they want to vote, they will make an effort to get registered and to go vote. And I think that you're doing a wonderful job, and I want you to keep going forward. And that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Burian. And thank you, Ms. Burian. Nicole Wagon.
Hello, this is Nicole Wagon, Secretary of
Yes.
State and officials. I made a public comment and would like that duly noted. What is being impacted. This impacts the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho tribes of the Wind River Indian Reservation tremendously. I applaud everybody that has stated that publicly into their comments. The Northern Arapaho tribe of the Wind River Indian Reservation tremendously. Our voices and our votes do count and matter. Furthermore, the I have to state the fact that majority of the residents do have post office boxes. Those are facts. And also, I also have a child that is furthering her education. And with the household issues, providing that residency. And the gentleman stating that that is not stated into the articles. So with that being said, I don't think that everything is in preparation of this election cycle for 24. And to me, it comes down to the disenfranchisement of the Native American vote. In effect, implementing voter suppression. These problems and issues should be addressed and have a solution prior to this election cycle of 24. And whatever I wrote down in the comments, I want that to be publicly noted as well. I apologize, I'm in my car, but I feel strong about this, especially for the indigenous communities. So with that being said, I am a member of the Women League of Voters as well, and I applaud their efforts and support that group as well. But for indigenous communities overall, to please reconsider what you're proposing, and if you're going to amend it, do it in the correct shape, way, or form. And to me, it's not wholeheartedly prepared. I was raised military. My dad was is a full-blooded Northern Arapaho tribal member. May he rest in peace. Served his country of the armed forces for 26 years. Civil servant of Fremont County and the Social Security Administration. And I know he raised me to where don't be afraid to stand up alone or to speak on out. And I look at this of if I don't, on behalf of my family, my daughters, and my beautiful grandchildren, to make it better and moving forward for the soil that we stand on. So with that being said, thank you for your time and opening up with the public comments.
Thank you, Ms. Wagon. Thank you for your comments and your family service. I do want to note it was a little over 4 hours ago, so I realize you might not have heard it at the start. In light of WYDOT's non-compliance with the requirement for residence address to be on licenses, which is required by 31-7-115A, triple Romanet, 3 Romanets, and then capital C. It's been a little bit of a long day. We are looking to make this about proof of Wyoming residence in light of the P.O. Box issue. Although Wyoming state statute requires the residence address to be on the license. And I had people in the break showing me licenses that have both, have the P.O. Box and the residence address, which counters what we have been told the issue is as to the cause of WYDOT's non-compliance with Wyoming statute 31-7-115. Anyway, all right, so do we have more raise their hands? Okay, Mr. Jakowski, can you unmute? Okay, Mr. Jakowski.
Can you hear me, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, I know that voice.
All right, well, thank you, sir. I appreciate the opportunity to speak at this hearing, and I apologize to the secretary, the rest of the public officials, and the other participants for my technological ineptitude. Having said that, I would like to secondly thank you for hearing from the public in public with respect to this particular issue. I think it's important for a government that's transparent and accountable to the citizenry. As we've all heard for the last hours, it's election integrity is critical to the functioning of our republic. I live in Teton County. I have heard from one or two elected officials that if you don't like me or what I'm voting for, then vote me out. Well, that's fine and dandy, but you have to have elections with integrity in order to vote people in or out properly. It's kind of hard to do if elections lack integrity, as has been suggested throughout these proceedings. Somehow it has been suggested during this hearing that it's too much of a burden, or somehow it's a massive or major inconvenience for certain individuals to establish proof of residency to vote, to legitimately vote in Wyoming elections. But I would suggest to you that it's apparently not too much of a burden for certain individuals to provide documentation to get free stuff from the government. For instance, I was in a Teton County doctor's office several years ago. I had a doctor's visit, and posted on the wall was a sign, and I'm going to quote it directly. Teton Free Clinic. Notice, you need to requalify for your next visit. You must bring the following, : photo ID, proof of residence, e.g. utility bill, or employment in Teton County, e.g. paycheck or W-2 form, proof of income. Now, there is no shortage of individuals in Teton County taking advantage of this and other government programs in order to get stuff from the government. But somehow, some of those individuals find it problematic to document their residency in order to vote. That, I think, has been the experience of a number of the people who have testified today with respect to individuals not being able to provide or finding it too difficult to provide proof of residency to vote, but not difficult to provide documentation to avail themselves of other services. It's an inconsistency, and I think it should be recognized. So I am in full support of your proposed regulations. I think it is very important, especially in light of the anecdotal evidence or testimony that you've heard today, to be proactive. Let's not wait for a problem to really show itself in this state. We know that there are numerous illegal immigrants within this country. It is beyond any doubt that they are going to show up in Wyoming. It is further beyond any doubt that they will be encouraged to vote. And it is further beyond any doubt that they will be doing so illegally. I want to thank you for your time and for your attention, and I urge you to act on the Secretary's proposed regs. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Jakowski. Hope all is well up there.
Yeah.
Good hearing from you, Mr. Jakowski. Appreciate it. Let me know, anybody, if you're ever down in Cheyenne, let me know. My cell is 251-1372. It'd be great to have you in the office. Anyone else raise their hands? Okay. All right. So we'll sort of give, if you're in the room and you want to comment, you got to raise your hands. We have nobody who has raised their hands. So we're going to kind of do a 10-second countdown. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So we're halfway there. If you want to raise your hand, if you want to comment, you got to raise your hand if you're in the room. Anybody raise their hand yet? 6, 7, 8, 9. One last opportunity. If you want to comment, please raise your hands. Your virtual hand. 10. Has anyone raised their hand? Okay. Well, that wraps up our hearing. Just want to thank everybody for being here. We have some in the room. Thank you for staying. The clerks, thank you for your participation. And thank you for all who commented, whether you agree or disagree. We're taking all comments into account. And thank you for being here today. With that, we will adjourn the meeting. Anything else we need to do?